Chapter 1797. Explode Everyone quickly recalled the sudden explosion in the path of death. They were no strangers to that vibration. It was the powerful force of a primordial spirit's self-destruction. Now that they saw he use immortal slaughtering sword in Zhuowen's hand, they quickly linked it to Hiyu's primordial spirit's self-destruction. The culprit behind Hiyu's death was most likely Zhuowen. Hiyu's cultivation was at the late earthly immortal realm. Due to the trace of the King Blade's sacred talisman's origin in his body, even a peak earthly immortal would not be able to defeat him easily. However, Zhuowen was able to force Hiyu to self-destruct his primordial spirit. This showed how terrifying Zhuowen's combat strength was. Yuan Hongwen's eyes became brighter. He stared at the immortal slaughtering sword in Zhuowen's hand, but his attention was quickly attracted by the Fushi cauldron floating above the immortal slaughtering sword. He sensed a strand of terrifying pressure from the Fushi cauldron that even shocked him. He was very familiar with this pressure, and it was similar to the pressure created by the countless ancient phantoms at the center of the celestial pool all those years ago. This kid really has a lot of secrets on him. The collapse of the celestial pond and the disappearance of the pressure must have something to do with this strange broken cauldron floating above his head, right? Yuan Hongwen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. The immortal slaughtering sword slashed out, and a huge crescent-shaped sword light soared into the sky. On the surface of the sword light, there was an extremely horrifying pressure. The might of this pressure was even more terrifying than the sword ray itself. The moment the sword slashed out, Zhuowen immediately inserted the immortal slaughtering sword into the Fushi cauldron. The pressure in the Fushi cauldron was very terrifying. It could give a saint weapon a powerful pressure. The longer it existed in the cauldron, the more terrifying the pressure would be. The sword light was extremely fast. It instantly blasted on the beast claw that was thousands of feet long. Then, countless marks appeared on the surface of the beast claw. It was a pity that the beast claw was simply too huge. These marks were nothing to the massive beast claw. The beast claw only stopped for a few breaths of time before it continued to rumble and crush down. Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward with his right foot and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Pan Fei. Pan Fei snorted coldly. Without thinking, he immediately released his celestial core power and surrounded his body. Then, without hesitation, he teleported to the beast's claw. Countless claw shadows covered Pan Fei's body, forming an extremely terrifying defense. Your speed is indeed very fast. Unfortunately, your speed is completely useless against me, who is already on guard. Pan Fei sneered and stomped his right foot, causing the beast claw to change direction in midair and rush towards Zhuowen at an even faster speed than before. After seeing the immortal slaughtering sword, Pan Fei no longer looked down on Yi Shiwen. The fact that Yi Shiwen could defeat Hiyu and even snatch his natal celestial artifact, the immortal slaughtering sword, showed that Yi Shiwen's strength was not to be underestimated. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. He stomped his right foot again and slowly disappeared into the void, dodging the beast claw's attack. Next, Zhuowen did not face the beast claw head-on. Instead, he relied on his powerful speed to dodge again and again. This made Pan Fei extremely impatient. Finally, after 20 breaths of time, Pan Fei said impatiently, "Zhuowen, are you going to be a coward forever?" Zhuowen smiled and said indifferently, 20 breaths of time is the limit that the immortal slaughtering sword can withstand. Pan Fei frowned slightly. He was puzzled by Zhuowen's words. But soon, his gaze fell on the Fushi cauldron floating above Zhuowen. 20 breaths of time was exactly the time that Yi Shiwen placed the immortal slaughtering sword in the Fushi cauldron. Do you think you can defeat me with just the immortal slaughtering sword? Pan Fei shook his head and laughed. But soon, his expression changed because Zhuowen slowly pulled out the immortal slaughtering sword from the Fushi cauldron. Clang! The moment the immortal slaughtering sword was pulled out, a terrifying aura as vast as the ocean immediately spread out from the surface of the immortal slaughtering sword. This aura was too terrifying. It spread out and shrouded the entire edge of the path of death. Bang! 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 The numerous black figures hidden in the darkness at the edge of the dead and screeched miserably one after another under the effect of this pressure. They exploded into clusters of black fog. Ji Qinyan, Kong Haogan, Shi Bin, Situ Nianyue, and Dong Qixin's expressions changed drastically. Even they felt a little overwhelmed by this aura. They quickly used their own methods to resist this terrifying aura. What's going on? When did the aura on the surface of the immortal slaughtering sword reach such a terrifying level? Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes frowned slightly as she asked in bewilderment. The rest of the people were also bewildered. Only Yuan Hongwen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Slash! Zhuowen slashed out again. At this moment, the sword light from the immortal slaughtering sword was thousands of feet long and terrifying. It was not any weaker than the beast claws, especially the aura on the surface of the sword light. It was extremely terrifying. Just the pressure emitted by this sword light alone caused the surrounding space to distort. It looked extremely awkward and strange. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from the sword light, Pan Fei's expression changed. He did not expect the immortal slaughtering sword to be able to launch such a terrifying attack. Bang! 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 The sword light was like lightning and instantly blasted on the beast claws. Immediately, terrifying cracks appeared on the surface of the beast claws before they collapsed. Although the sword light had become extremely dim, it did not disappear. Instead, it continued to rush out and slammed heavily in front of Pan Fei. Pan Fei's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Zhuowen to be so difficult to deal with. He snorted coldly and took out 7 small, colorful flags from his spiritual ring. Forming a seal with both hands, he said in a deep voice, "Big Dipper flags, form the Big Dipper formation." As he spoke, Pan Fei threw out the 7 small, colorful flags. Then his celestial core power wrapped around the 7 small flags. Suddenly, the colorful flags arranged themselves in the path of the Big Dipper like a dragon circling around Pan Fei. The sword light was already extremely dim. Now that it had hit the Big Dipper flags, it could not hold on for long before it collapsed inch by inch. After destroying the sword light, Pan Fei sneered. Then he looked at Zhuowen and revealed a shocked expression. He saw that Zhuowen had unknowingly arrived in front of the Big Dipper flags. His right hand was holding the white ball of light that he had taken out earlier. "Are you looking for death?" Pan Fei revealed a cold smile as he changed the seal with both hands. The Big Dipper flags that were arranged around him abruptly flashed out, following the strange path, and flashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was calm to the extreme. He took 7 steps in succession in the air as profound Tao insight suffused out. His figure was like a ghost that flashed and flashed in the air, and it was actually difficult for others to catch sight of Zhuowen's figure. Zhuowen had only used the strength of a half-step Tao insight this time, so there was really no need for him to use the full strength of his Tao insight to deal with Pan Fei. Moreover, every step Zhuowen took was in the empty space of the Big Dipper flags. After taking 7 steps, Zhuowen miraculously avoided the encirclement of the Big Dipper flags. What swift speed! What profound strength! Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared fixedly at Zhuowen's phantom-like speed. From Zhuowen's body, she could feel traces of the strange and unfathomable strength that she had felt in the ancient boulder earlier. Kong Haogan, Shi Bin, and the others also revealed shocked expressions. Obviously, They were also shocked by Zhuowen's speed. That speed was even more terrifying than the speed that Zhuowen had displayed in the celestial pool earlier. Pan Fei's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to activate the Big Dipper flags again, he saw Zhuowen reveal a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, Zhuowen's right hand tossed out the ball of light in his hand. The ball of light was extremely fast, like a meteor that streaked across the sky and instantly flashed towards Pan Fei. Moreover, as it flashed over, the restriction on the surface of the ball of light began to slowly peel off. An indescribably terrifying aura leaked out from the ball of light. This is a primordial spirit. The moment he felt the aura, Pan Fei's face stiffened. He immediately recognized the origin of the aura. The surface of the primordial spirit was previously sealed by Zhuowen's devouring curse restriction. The aura and shape of the primordial spirit were all sealed, so Pan Fei did not pay too much attention to it. Now, the restriction on the surface of the ball of light had completely disappeared, and the aura of the primordial spirit was completely exposed. Moreover, the aura of the primordial spirit was extremely heterogeneous, as if it was filled with the aura of many primordial spirits. Moreover, the aura of the primordial spirit was much stronger than that of an ordinary earthly immortal. Even Pan Fei felt a chill down his spine. Pan Fei knew very well that if he really caused the primordial spirit to self-destruct, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. Run! Without hesitation, Pan Fei waved his sleeve and retrieved the Big Dipper flags. Then he attempted to teleport away from this place. Unfortunately, the moment Pan Fei teleported away, a terrifying invisible ripple spread out in all directions, immediately affecting the surrounding space. Pan Fei, who was about to teleport away, immediately stopped in his tracks. His face was pale and bloodless as he stared at Zhuowen, who was thousands of meters away from him. He shouted angrily, "Zhuowen, you little bastard!" As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial spirit emitted countless rays of white light. Then it exploded completely. In an instant, a scorching wave of fire spread out for tens of thousands of miles, immediately enveloping Pan Fei's entire body. In the end, Pan Fei only had time to shield himself with the Big Dipper flags. He covered his entire body with celestial core power and used the strongest defense he had in his life. After that, he was completely engulfed by the terrifying wave of fire. Retreat! The moment the primordial spirit self-destructed, Ji Qinyan, Kong Haogan, and the other four people's faces changed drastically. They exerted all their strength and rushed toward the path of survival. Their speed was many times faster than before. Before the wave of fire spread out, they all entered the path of survival. Chapter 1798, Scroll of Sealed Dimension. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the terrifying explosion before him. Then he suddenly stabbed the immortal slaughtering sword into the Fushi cauldron and counted silently in his heart, 20 breaths. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then he suddenly pulled out the immortal slaughtering sword and slashed out with his right hand. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword ray that was several thousand feet long shot out again and charged into the explosion. After that, Zhuowen stabbed the immortal slaughtering sword into the Fushi cauldron again. After 20 breaths, he slashed out another sword ray. The explosion lasted for around 200 breaths. During this time, Zhuowen had slashed out a total of 10 sword rays that charged into the explosion. When the last sword ray charged into the explosion, a shattering sound resounded. Then, Pan Fei's miserable shriek resounded from within the explosion. Zhuowen's eyes shone like torches. Pan Fei's Big Dipper flag was not simple. Zhuowen had seen through the surging waves of fire the instant Pan Fei's Yuan's spirit self-detonated. He had seen that Pan Fei had used the Big Dipper flag to barely block the terrifying explosion. This was also why Zhuowen did not hesitate to reinforce the immortal slaughtering sword with the Fushi cauldron and slashed out the moment the explosion arose. His objective was to completely break the balance that Pan Fei had barely managed to hold on in the explosion. On the other hand, the 10 terrifying sword rays that had been reinforced by the Fushi cauldron had completely broken Pan Fei's balance. Moreover, Pan Fei's sacred artifact, the Big Dipper flag, had been completely destroyed by the dual attacks of the self-destruction of his soul and the sword rays. The Big Dipper flag was destroyed. Although Pan Fei was protected by his celestial core power, it was useless in the face of the terrifying explosive energy even if he used all his celestial core power to defend himself. Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. Pan Fei's curses towards Zhuowen were mixed in as well. Pan Fei was constantly twitching and rolling in the waves of fire as if he was enduring extreme pain. Perhaps because he was unable to endure the pain, Pan Fei actually burned his own primordial spirit and forcibly teleported within the range of the explosion. Spurt. When Pan Fei appeared at the end of the path of death, his entire body was charred black. Clouds of blood mist were constantly spurting out from his acupuncture points, and his aura was extremely weak. However, just as Pan Fei was out of the fire's range and was about to catch his breath, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuowen had appeared behind him with a punch, not giving Pan Fei the slightest chance to escape. Pan Fei let out a low roar and mobilized the remaining celestial core power in his body. He condensed it in his palm and sent it out to meet Zhuowen's fist. Crack! Unfortunately, Pan Fei's resistance was negligible to Zhuowen, who had a perfect saint body. The moment his right palm came into contact with Zhuowen, it was smashed into smithereens by Zhuowen's punch. Then, Pan Fei burst into a bloody mist. Puchi! Pan Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His lips trembled, and his face was pale. Die! Zhuowen did not give Pan Fei the slightest chance to escape. He stomped his right foot and instantly appeared above Pan Fei. Then he pointed his right finger at Pan Fei's glabella. Countless underworld water droplets condensed on Zhuowen's fingertip. No! Zhuowen, don't kill me. Spare me. Pan Fei's eyes were wide open as he stared at the indifferent young man above him. He did not care about his dignity at all and immediately begged for mercy. However, a trace of regret rose in his heart. If he had known that Zhuowen was so abnormal, he would not have taken the initiative to provoke this fiend. It's too late, Zhuowen said faintly. Then, his right fingertip landed on Pan Fei's glabella. Then, the underworld water droplets poured into Pan Fei's sea of consciousness and spread throughout his body, madly absorbing Pan Fei's spiritual essence. In an instant, Pan Fei's entire body was sucked dry. Then, Zhuowen's right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Pan Fei's lower abdomen, directly pulling out the primordial spirit from his dantian. Ignoring Pan Fei's begging, Su Mo directly wiped out Pan Fei's consciousness and used the devouring curse to seal the primordial spirit completely. Then, he threw it into the spiritual ring. Zhuowen's series of actions were extremely fast, so fast that before Ji Qinyan and the others could react, Pan Fei had already died a violent death, and even his primordial spirit had been seized by Zhuowen. Hiss! When they came to their senses, they all inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Sherbin, who felt extremely uneasy in his heart. Previously, when Yuan Hongwen spoke highly of Zhuowen, he had the same thought as Pan Fei. If Pan Fei had not made the first move, Sherbin might have made a move to prove himself. But now, Pan Fei's miserable end made Sherbin feel extremely lucky. In his heart, he was not only wary of Zhuowen, but also terrified. They were both at the peak of the earthly immortal realm, and Pan Fei's strength was not weaker than his. If he was the one facing Zhuowen, he would probably end up the same as Pan Fei. Even the god's child from the heavens likes to use such tricks. Zhuowen glanced at Yuan Hongwen indifferently and sneered. Yuan Hongwen smiled slightly. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, "It's just a test to see if Brother Zhuo is qualified to fight with me." "Then, am I qualified now?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. Yuan Hongwen pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Of course I am." "Then let's fight." Zhuowen's eyes emitted a cold light as he said in a deep voice. Yuan Hongwen slowly stood up. A surge of battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. He stared at Zhuowen and laughed. "Why can't we fight? However, before that, I hope that all of you won't seize the opportunity to escape while I'm in battle with Brother Zhuo. The first one can only be selected between me and Zhuowen, and all of you don't have the qualifications." Speaking of this, Yuan Hongwen looked indifferently at Ji Chenyan, Kong Haogan, and the other four. His words naturally made the five of them unhappy. However, Yuan Hongwen didn't give them a chance to complain. He took out a scroll from his spirit ring and opened it abruptly. His right hand took out a writing brush from somewhere and started to write on the scroll in a flamboyant manner. "I am the king of this world. Seal." After he finished writing, Yuan Hongwen suddenly grabbed the scroll and threw it towards the towering tree. The scroll instantly expanded and covered the exit above the towering tree. Moreover, this scroll was not simple. It contained an extremely terrifying seal power. However, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and revealed a dignified expression. This was because he could feel the powerful ancient seal power within the scroll. Moreover, the ancient seal power within the scroll was very strong and mysterious. Even though Zhuowen had mastered the devouring curse seal, he could not see through the details of the ancient seal power within the scroll. This scroll should have been created by an arcana master who was proficient in ancient seal power. Sealed boundary scroll. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes narrowed and her face darkened. Kong Haogan and the others also reacted, and their faces changed. Obviously, they had heard of the sealed boundary scroll, and their faces did not look good. This sealed boundary scroll had the power to seal a world. Its sealing power was very strong. It was basically impossible for anyone below the heaven immortal realm to break the seal of the sealed boundary scroll. It could be said that none of the warriors who entered the path of life and death this time had the ability to break the sealed boundary scroll. Yuan Hongwen leaped onto the high branches of the towering tree. He looked down at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Brother Zhuo, can you fight with me? I know that you must have comprehended the Tao intent from the ancient boulder. Let me see the true power of the Tao intent." Tao intent. Ji Chenyan, Kong Haogan, Shi Bin, Situ Ninyue, and Dong Qixin were all moved by Yuan Hongwen's words. To them, Tao intent was like thunder to them. Legend had it that in the ancient times, those who could be called celestial sages had generally touched upon the aspect of Tao intent. But now, geniuses who could touch upon Tao intent were extremely rare. The only one they knew was Yuan Hongwen. There was no one who had comprehended Tao intent. But now, Yuan Hongwen said that Zhuowen had completely comprehended Tao intent. How could they not be shocked? Zhuowen looked deeply at Yuan Hongwen and said, "If you want to understand the power of Tao intent, then let's see if you have the ability to force me to use Tao intent." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward. Invisible ripples spread under his feet, and his figure disappeared. Then he silently landed on the branch opposite Yuan Hongwen. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes were bursting with monstrous battle intent. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, figures rushed out from the path of life and death. The person in the lead had a large eagle perched on his shoulder, but this person's clothes were ragged and his face was pale and bloodless. This person was Wei Rue of the Beast Envoy clan. Back then, he had forced Hiyu's soul to explode. Although he had done his best, he still suffered heavy injuries. Moreover, if one looked carefully, the large eagle on his shoulder was covered in blood and many of its feathers had fallen off. It looked even more dispirited than Wei Rue himself. Looking at the dispirited large eagle on his shoulder, Wei Rue sighed in his heart. When Hiyu's soul had exploded, he had relied on the large eagle formed from the Beast Envoy Saint Talisman's origin to protect him. But it had also caused the large eagle to suffer irreparable injuries. It would probably take a lot of time and resources for the large eagle to recover. Thinking about how he had fallen into such a state, Wei Rue hated Hiyu so much that his teeth itched. At the same time, he also hated Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen, who had caused Hiyu to be in such a state, he wouldn't have been greedy to deal with Hiyu, and he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Moreover, after Hiyu had exploded, Wei Rue searched for Hiyu's spiritual ring and found that there was no trace of the origin of the King Blade's Saint Talisman or the earthly immortal saint weapon, Saint Slaughtering Sword. He knew that what Hiyu had said before was true. The origin of the Saint Slaughtering Sword and the King Blade's Saint Talisman had been taken by Zhuowen. That was why he hated Zhuowen so much. Wei Rue arrived at the edge of the path of life and found that the edge of the path of life was in a state of decline. He couldn't help but be surprised. But soon, his gaze fell on the two figures facing each other on a towering tree. It's Yuan Hongwen and Zhuowen? Chapter 1799. Immortal Art's Blackmouth. Could it be that Zhuowen intends to fight Yuan Hongwen? As he gazed at Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen, who stood facing each other from afar, Wei Rue's eyes slowly narrowed while the strange expression within them grew denser. In Wei Rue's heart, Yuan Hongwen's strength was extremely unfathomable. After all, Yuan Hongwen had once defeated an earthly immortal realm expert when he was at the half-immortal realm. And this was something that Wei Rue was unable to accomplish. Now, the aura on Yuan Hongwen's body was even more terrifying, and Yuan Hongwen had already attained the peak of the earthly immortal realm. Moreover, Yuan Hongwen's speed of cultivation was so swift that Wei Rue was utterly unable to compare to him. In Wei Rue's heart, Yuan Hongwen was a true genius, a monstrous genius. No matter how confident he was, he'd never thought of challenging Yuan Hongwen because he knew that it was utterly impossible for him to win. On the other hand, even though Zhuowen's display in the 3 trials was extremely outstanding, Wei Rue knew that there was still a certain gap between Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen, and he felt that Zhuowen was simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It wasn't just Wei Rue. All the figures that flashed over from behind him had stopped at the edge of a dead end as well, and they stared with surprise at Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen, who stood facing each other from afar. Just like Wei Rue, they revealed strange expressions as well. Without a doubt, they really didn't look favorably upon Zhuowen, and they felt that the two of them who stood facing each other from afar couldn't be compared at all. If you want to understand Dao insights, then force me to utilize the might of Dao insights. Zhuowen stood silently while the battle intent in his eyes grew denser and denser. After that, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Instantly, the countless branches and leaves on the towering trees in his surroundings fell off successively and withered under his imposing aura. Under Zhuowen's surging, imposing aura, the drifting leaves actually swept out to form an extremely surging green dragon that whistled through the air and flashed directly towards Yuan Hongwen. Yuan Hongwen roared with laughter instead and said, "I am naturally able to force you to utilize the might of Dao insights. Just watch." As he spoke, Yuan Hongwen stomped his right foot as well, causing the branches and leaves in the surroundings to wither successively, and similarly formed a green dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the two green dragons began to roar, wantonly, constantly intertwining. From time to time, extremely ear-piercing dragon roars would erupt. Surging waves of air would fly out in all directions between the two huge green dragons, and the surrounding space would emit extremely terrifying hissing and cracking sounds. Thud! Yuan Hongwen took a step forward. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura surged out. In an instant, the air around him was like a flood, exploding and surging like a raging tide. After taking a step forward, Yuan Hongwen took another step forward. His aura was even stronger than before. Then Yuan Hongwen stepped forward step by step, and his aura rose steadily. When he reached the center of the towering tree, his aura reached its peak, and the towering tree trembled violently because of his terrifying aura. Yuan Hongwen's aura was like a flood, spreading out wantonly, sucking in the surrounding air and cracking the surrounding space. Fight! Yuan Hongwen roared. His aura rose to another height, and the fighting intent in his eyes seemed to have solidified. The surging aura condensed into a huge fight word in front of him. As soon as the word was formed, it was like a mountain as it came crashing down on Zhuo Wen's head. It instantly covered Zhuo Wen's entire body. Just the monstrous aura and fighting spirit released by Yuan Hongwen alone was enough to make many of the surrounding warriors tremble in fear. Zhuo Wen let out a long laugh, and his aura rose steadily. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a dark golden light. The dark golden light soared into the sky. Facing the word battle condensed from Yuan Hongwen's aura and fighting spirit, it directly collided with the word battle and blocked it in the void. Then Zhuo Wen leaped up, and his right hand quickly drew in front of him. In an instant, 9 golden runes were drawn. The 9 golden runes circled around his right arm, and he directly rushed in front of the fight word and threw a punch. Rumble! The fight word was imposing, but under Zhuo Wen's punch, there was no luck at all, and it was directly smashed into powder. Facing Yuan Hongwen, Zhuo Wen did not hold back, and he directly used the Perfection Saint body. He knew that when facing a powerful demon like Yuan Hongwen, if he did not use all of his strength, he was afraid that he would only be defeated. Your physical body is really terrifying. I just don't know if your powerful physical body can take this move of mine. Yuan Hongwen raised his eyebrows, and his right foot stepped out again. This time, under the sole of his foot, countless celestial core power revolved and condensed. Then Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He found that above the void, there was a huge phantom of a giant foot that was hundreds of feet tall. This phantom was completely condensed by surging celestial core power. The aura above the foot was so terrifying that it seemed as if the entire sky would be crushed by it. Subduing Dragon Fist. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed, and his right foot stepped out into the void. Then, the dark golden light in his body became more and more intense. With the rebound force of his right foot stepping in the air, he swept out like an arrow from a bow. The moment he got close to the huge phantom of the giant foot, he fiercely punched out. At that moment, the 9 golden runes that surrounded him flew out and gave birth to 9 golden dragons. Bang! 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 The 9 golden dragons were not smaller than the phantom of the giant foot. The 9 dragons swept out together, and the phantom of the giant foot directly stagnated in the void. Then it collapsed inch by inch and collapsed into nothingness. Yuan Hongwen smiled, and he did not care about the collapsed phantom of the giant foot. Instead, his right foot stepped out into the void again. Rumble! The void collapsed in an area of thousands of feet. Then, within the collapsed area, the phantom of a giant foot that was thousands of feet tall appeared and ruthlessly stepped toward the 9 golden dragons. Awoo! In front of the giant foot, the 9 golden dragons were like soft and boneless snakes. They actually let out sorrowful cries as they were directly stepped under the foot. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. His 5 fingers on his right hand moved, and invisible ripples spread out. The 9 golden dragons that were originally under his foot actually let out a monstrous dragon roar, and in an instant they lifted the giant foot up. Bang! 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 The moment the dragon roar sounded, the giant foot directly collapsed inch by inch. The 9 golden dragons leaped up again and continued to fly toward Yuan Hongwen. Yuan Hongwen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He recalled the invisible ripples that were created when Zhuowen's 5 fingers moved, and he muttered in a low voice, "This should be the power of Tao intent, but it's too weak. Just based on this, I'm afraid you'll definitely lose." After he finished speaking, Yuan Hongwen suddenly stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers moved, and then countless black forces swept out from between his fingers. The moment these black forces appeared, they were hidden in the void, like poisonous snakes spying in the dark, ready to hunt at any time. At this moment, the 9 golden dragons had already swept in front of Yuan Hongwen, but Yuan Hongwen's eyes were calm. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped forward. The countless black forces that were originally hidden in the void suddenly surged out one after another. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. A slight sound rose, and the 9 golden dragons' enormous bodies froze in midair. Then, under the slash of the black forces, they actually shattered into a golden rain. The moment the 9 golden dragons were broken, Zhuowen's figure did not stop. His right foot took 2 consecutive steps in the void. With the support of half-step Tao intent, his figure was like a ghost, and he disappeared on the spot. In an instant, he was in front of Yuan Hongwen. Immortal technique, killing finger of the underworld. Zhuowen's right hand bent and pointed at the void. Countless underworld water droplets surged out from his body. Then, these terrifying underworld water droplets converged into a giant underworld finger and smashed toward Yuan Hongwen. Yuan Hongwen shook his head and said, "Your immortal technique is probably not mature yet, right? Its power is just barely passable." As he spoke, Yuan Hongwen waved his sleeve, and an even more dense and terrifying black force burst out from his sleeve. These black forces converged together and actually formed an extremely strange black vortex. This black vortex was like a terrifying fan, and it suddenly spun. The moment the killing finger of the underworld swept past the black vortex, it was actually directly stirred into countless yellow powder by the terrifying power of the black vortex. Immortal technique, Black Mouth. The moment the killing finger of the underworld was broken, Yuan Hongwen's right hand seal changed, and a huge black mouth suddenly swept out from the black vortex. This huge black mouth was extremely fast. As soon as it formed, it swallowed Zhuowen. Moreover, this huge mouth produced an extremely terrifying suction force, causing Zhuowen's body to tremble and faintly become unstable. Immortal technique, Solitary Peak. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the Solitary Peak, and the huge Solitary Peak blocked in front of him. Boom! The black mouth landed in front of the Solitary Peak. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, the black mouth actually squirmed rapidly. The upper and lower jaws were like rubber and suddenly grew out. It was at least 1,000 feet long. And then it swallowed the Solitary Peak in one gulp. The black mouth is an immortal technique that the Divine Master comprehended from the Tao Tai's bloody mouth that swallowed everything. This black mouth has inherited the characteristics of the Tao Tai. It can contain extremely large amounts of energy and objects. Your immortal technique cannot stop it. Yuan Hongwen strolled leisurely, and his bright eyes looked indifferently at Zhuowen. That may not be true. There is no such thing as infinity and eternity in this world. The suction force of this black mouth is indeed terrifying, but it is mainly because my solitary peak is not big enough. Having said that, Zhuowen flicked his finger and immediately took out Pan Fei's primordial spirit. Then, Zhuowen removed the seal on the surface of Pan Fei's primordial spirit and unceremoniously absorbed all the celestial core power in Pan Fei's primordial spirit. In an instant, nearly half of the celestial core power in Pan Fei's primordial spirit was absorbed by Zhuowen, and Zhuowen's face became extremely rosy. He pointed at the void again, and the huge amount of celestial core power that he had absorbed flowed into the solitary peak in the black mouth through his seal. If 100,000 feet is not enough, then 100,000 feet. If 100,000 feet is not enough, then 1,000,000 feet. I want to see what the limit of this black mouth is. Having said that, the solitary peak that was swallowed by the black mouth began to expand as the celestial core power flowed into it. Chapter 1800. 10 directions landslide. In the instant that the black mouth collapsed, Yuan Hongwen retreated for the first time. His gaze fell upon the terrifying mountain peak, and his eyes filled with solemnity and caution. This kid is so strong. When Yuan Hongwen's immortal art black mouth was shattered by the immortal art lone peak, a strong gust of wind surged in all directions. Many of the warriors below were moved. They all used their own moves to resist the terrifying shockwave that was spreading towards them. Wei Rui's brows furrowed slightly. The wariness in his eyes grew as he looked at Zhuowen. The power that Zhuowen had displayed was truly too powerful. He was actually able to force Yuan Hongwen to such an extent. As for the other martial warriors, they all withdrew their contempt. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the figure in front of the huge lone peak, and a trace of reverence rose in their hearts. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He waved his right hand and used the celestial origin energy in his body to command the huge mountain. Rumble! At this moment, the 10-million-foot-tall mountain that stretched across the horizon also moved. Moreover, its speed was increasing. Like an arrow that had been released from a bow, it suddenly shot towards Yuan Hongwen. As the lone mountain flew over, the surrounding space was stirred up with endless terrifying storms. These storms were extremely terrifying. If an ordinary earthen immortal were to be caught in these storms, their fleshly bodies would probably be torn to shreds. Yuan Hongwen frowned slightly, but he did not show any fear. Instead, his battle-intent soared. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his right hand formed a sword and pointed towards the sky. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the sky above him. Moreover, there wasn't just one crack, but one after another. There were actually a total of 10 huge spatial cracks. In the 10 huge spatial rifts, 10 incomparably huge mountains fell down. Although the 10 mountains were not as big as the lone mountain, they were still hundreds of thousands of feet in size. The 10 mountains added together were not much weaker than the lone mountain. Immortal technique, omnidirectional landslide. Yuan Hongwen faintly spat out these words. He formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, the 10 incomparably huge mountains surrounded the 10 million feet tall lone peak. Then, the 10 mountains began to surge with an extremely terrifying collapsing force. Next, the 10 mountains began to spurt out terrifyingly hot lava. The magma was so huge that it almost enveloped the entire area, forming a boundless sea of magma. First collapse. The power of the collapse spread out, causing the sea of magma to rise with countless high waves. Moreover, this power of the collapse not only affected the lone peak, but also the entire life and death path faintly shook. Many of the martial warriors who were still on the path of life and death were overwhelmed with shock as they felt this terrifying vibration. Although this vibration was not very intense, the faintly discernible aura caused their hearts to be overwhelmed with shock and fear to appear in their eyes. Second collapse. An indifferent voice was once again emitted from Yuan Hongwen's mouth. Soon after, an even more frightening collapsing force emerged from the sea of magma. Countless magma waves rose from this collapsing force, just like countless intertwining fire pythons. In the face of this frightening collapsing force, the 10,000 feet large lone peak's forward momentum actually came to a halt. Third collapse. Fourth collapse. Eighth collapse. The indifferent voice did not stop because of this. Instead, it continued to spread out indifferently. When the power of the collapse reached the eighth collapse, its power had already reached its limit. At this moment, whether it was the lone peak or the path of life and death, the tremors had already become extremely intense and terrifying. Many of the martial warriors on the path of life and death had no choice but to use their own techniques to resist this terrifying vibration. There were even martial warriors who were not strong. Under the aftermath of this collapse, their entire bodies burst into a bloody mist, and they directly fainted. Zhuowen stood at the top of the lone peak. He stared at the countless magma around the lone peak and the 10 huge mountains around the magma. His eyes were filled with seriousness. There should be a total of 10 collapses in this 10-directional mountain collapse. Each collapse was a superposition of the previous collapse. Now, it was already the 8th collapse. Zhuowen had no choice but to pay attention to the power of the collapse. He could feel that the lone peak could no longer hold on. On the surface of the lone peak, countless rolling rocks began to peel off, and the mountain showed signs of collapsing and exploding. 9th collapse. Yuan Hongwen's voice rang out again. The magma surged out, forming 10 gigantic magma dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long. These 10 gigantic magma dragons soared into the sky. Immediately after, they violently bombarded the lone peak from 10 different directions. Under the bombardment of these 10 gigantic magma dragons, more cracks appeared on the mountain's surface. Moreover, the moment these cracks appeared, the surrounding magma gushed in, causing the cracks to expand at a high temperature. 10th collapse. Still not breaking? At this moment, Yuan Hongwen's voice became extremely loud and clear. The entire magma was boiling. In the endless boiling magma, there was a terrifying force of collapse. This force of collapse was too terrifying. Not only did it collapse the mountain, but even the surrounding space was affected by this force of collapse, completely collapsing into countless cracks and fragments. On the path of life and death, many martial warriors revealed a look of fear. "Miss, be careful." Sherbin suddenly growled. His celestial core power surged, forming an extremely powerful protective shield in front of Ji Chenyan. It wasn't just Sherbin, Dong Qixin, Kong Haoqian, and Situ Nianyue by his side didn't hold back in the slightest and utilized all their abilities. They even utilized their earthly immortal saint artifacts in order to block the terrifying aftershock of the 10th collapse that effused over. Damn it! Wei Rui's face turned ugly. Without hesitation, he once again summoned the giant eagle on his shoulder with a secret technique, allowing it to spread its wings to protect him. Puff! When the force of the collapse spread out, Wei Rui's face suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the giant eagle looked even more dispirited. Wei Rui had no choice but to retreat again and again until he was extremely far away from the path of death. Only then did he manage to block the force of the collapse. At this moment, Wei Rui had already cursed He and Zhuowen in his heart. If he had not been seriously injured by Hiyu's primordial spirit explosion, he would not have been in such a sorry state while resisting the force of the collapse. Not only Wei Rui, but the other warriors around him also chose to retreat. They did not dare to face the force of the collapse that spread out. Of course, when these cultivators saw Wei Ruwei in such a sorry state, they all revealed looks of surprise and began to discuss amongst themselves. They were all puzzled as to why Wei Ruwei, who was obviously extremely strong, was in such a sorry state from the aftermath of this collapse. Looking at the surprised eyes around him, Wei Ruwei's face was quite gloomy, but he did not explain anything. Instead, his hatred for Zhuowen grew even stronger. Crack! The power of the 10th collapse was too terrifying. Finally, the terrifying mountain peak began to collapse. Terrifying magma surged up from the surroundings, instantly submerging Zhuo Wen's entire body. Immortal skill asked Buddha. I ask Buddha. A world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf, a Bodhi in a Zen. The moment the magma drowned Zhuowen, Zhuowen used the immortal skill Ask Buddha. Endless Buddhist light soared into the sky, illuminating the earth and dyeing the sky of the path of life and death golden. The endless magma that was originally rushing over collapsed and scattered under Zhuowen's terrifying immortal skill Ask Buddha. Zhuowen, on the other hand, put his palms together and stared at Yuan Hongwen, who was outside the magma. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a huge ancient Buddha shadow blasted out its right palm towards Yuan Hongwen's head according to Zhuowen's action. Yuan Hongwen smiled faintly. He took out a great halberd made of bone from his spirit ring. Upon closer inspection, this great halberd should have been forged from the spine of some powerful creature. There was also a surging and dense pressure coming from it. This large halberd was definitely not an ordinary, earthly, immortal saint artifact. Yuan Hongwen swung his right hand, and the halberd spun violently. Then he kicked the halberd's tail with his right foot. The halberd let out a hiss, and like a swimming dragon, it flew towards Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. The large halberd hit the ancient Buddha's right palm and stopped for a moment. Then the ancient Buddha's right palm collapsed. The large halberd's aura was like a rainbow as it directly pierced through the ancient Buddha's right palm and rushed towards Zhuowen, who was inside the ancient Buddha's shadow. Yuan Hongwen put his hands behind his back and stepped forward, following closely behind the large halberd. The battle intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't expect that Zhuowen's strength was actually so strong. This kid was definitely the strongest opponent he'd ever encountered in the younger generation. This man still has the power of Tao intent. I don't believe that you won't use the power of Tao intent under my God-Slayer halberd. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were blazing. He knew very well that the power of his God-Slayer halberd was far more terrifying than an ordinary earthly immortal saint artifact. It was a weapon that was very close to a celestial immortal saint artifact. Swoosh! The God-Slayer halberd was extremely fast and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The strong sound of the halberd piercing through the air entered Zhuowen's ears and actually caused him to feel a piercing pain. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. The God-Slayer halberd gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. It actually directly pierced through the ancient Buddha's shadow. Zhuowen did not hesitate to take out the immortal culling sword, the 5-foul seal, and the Fushi cauldron. He placed the immortal culling sword and the 5-foul seal into the Fushi cauldron. On the other hand, ripples spread out from Zhuowen's right foot as he suddenly retreated at a speed faster than teleportation. Tao intent. Yuan Hongwen's eyes revealed a trace of confusion and a wisp of understanding when he felt the ripples that spread out from Zhuowen's feet. He muttered in a low voice. He also took a step with his right foot and an extremely weak ripple spread out. His speed actually increased greatly. What? Yuan Hongwen is comprehending Tao intent. Zhuowen's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. He stared with some astonishment at Yuan Hongwen, who was moving forward, and whose eyes revealed an expression of enlightenment. Chapter 1801. God Slaying. Yuan Hongwen is really an extraordinary genius. Even though he's already touched upon Tao insight, but he's able to comprehend Tao insight from you and utilize it. This is too terrifying. Within Chun Shi Sea of Consciousness, Xiaohei's voice was filled with a serious expression. Zhuowen's gaze was serious because Yuan Hongwen was more difficult to deal with than he'd expected. If I'm not wrong, Yuan Hongwen has already taken half a step into the threshold of Tao insight. If he advances a step further, then he'll be able to attain half-step Tao insight. Zhuowen spoke in a low voice. At this moment, a trace of a sense of urgency arose in Zhuowen's heart because this battle was truly too important to him. I must seize the first in the battle of gods. This is the only thing I can do to save Chen Shui. I'll absolutely not allow failure this time. As he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen's right hand pulled out the 5-fowl seal from within the Fushi cauldron. After that, the 5-fowl seal was suddenly struck out by Zhuowen, causing countless strands of green qi to spread out and condense into the enormous phantoms of a tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird. After the amplification of the Fushi cauldron's pressure, the might of the 5-fowl seal rose to an extremely terrifying level, causing the phantoms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird to be countless times stronger than before. Yuan Hongwen's expression was calm like water as he slowly followed behind the god-slaying halberd. When he saw the phantoms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird flashing over, a wisp of a mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Bang! The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the ferocious tiger silhouette. The god-slayer halberd merely stopped at the tiger silhouette for a breath's time before it pierced through the tiger silhouette. The tiger silhouette completely collapsed under the attack of the god-slayer halberd. After the ferocious tiger collapsed, the god-slaying halberd didn't slow down in the slightest, and it actually successively pierced through the remaining phantoms of the deer, bear, ape, and bird. It's useless. Your cauldron is able to provide a saint artifact with pressure, and that's rather strange. But my god-slaying halberd isn't an ordinary earthly immortal saint artifact, and it's an existence that's extremely close to a heavenly immortal saint artifact. Whether it's the 5-bird seal or the immortal slaughtering sword in your hands, even if they have been bestowed with pressure. So what? They can't stop the god-slaying halberd at all, Yuan Hongwen said proudly. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised that the 5-bird seal was broken in an instant. After all, the 5-bird seal was obtained from Shui Hui, with Shui Hui's strength at the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm. How powerful could the earthly immortal saint artifacts he possessed be? However, the immortal slaughtering sword was different. This immortal slaughtering sword was he used natal immortal weapon and was much stronger than the 5-fowl seal. Moreover, with the support of the Fushi cauldron, Zhuowen did not believe that the immortal slaughtering sword could not block the god-slaying halberd. 20 breaths! Slash! Zhuowen suddenly pulled out the immortal slaughtering sword. Then, with a twist of his right wrist, he threw the immortal slaughtering sword out. Whoosh! The immortal slaughtering sword continued to spin in the air, emitting an endless amount of white light. As the immortal slaughtering sword spun, an ocean-like pressure gushed out from within the sword. Clang! The immortal slaughtering sword and the god-slaying halberd collided in an instant. Then, an extremely ear-piercing explosion burst out. Invisible ripples spread out, as if the entire space had fallen into distortion and collapse. He actually blocked it. Yuan Hongwen looked at the immortal slaughtering sword that blocked the god-slaying halberd with surprise. Then he snorted coldly and stepped out with his right foot. A ripple spread out. After seeing Zhuowen use the power of Tao intent, his understanding of Tao intent had increased by hundreds and thousands. Even though he'd seen Zhuo Wen utilize Dao insight in the past, he'd only observed Zhuo Wen from afar as a spectator. For example, when he fought Zhuo Wen while immersed in the battle now, the effect of the Dao insight on him was naturally much deeper. Yuan Hongwen swept to the front of the god-slaying halberd. He lifted his right foot and kicked the halberd's tail. Countless celestial core power surged on his right foot, causing the god-slaying halberd's speed to soar to the extreme. Whoosh! The god-slaying halberd violently swept out and directly blocked the immortal slaughtering sword, causing it to continuously retreat. Zhuo Wen, if this is all you have, then you've really disappointed me. Yuan Hongwen said indifferently. Zhuo Wen's gaze was cold and indifferent. He said indifferently, "The champion of the battle of gods belongs to me, Zhuo Wen." Yuan Hongwen, even if you have extraordinary natural talent and monstrous strength, you'll still become my stepping stone. If you want to see the true Dao intent, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuo Wen suddenly stomped his right foot. Then, terrifying invisible ripples suffused his body. This was the power of Dao intent. At this moment, Zhuo Wen didn't hold back the strength of his Dao insight any longer, and he completely revealed it. The first-level Dao intense amplification to Zhuo Wen was truly too great. It had practically doubled his overall strength. The power of this invisible ripple was so vast that it actually filled the entire path of life and death. Under the influence of this invisible ripple, countless martial artists who were originally on the path of life and death involuntarily spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with horror. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. My defense is actually unable to block the power of this ripple. An uproar resounded, and all the martial artists were shocked. Fortunately, although this invisible ripple ignored their defense, its power was not very strong. With the physical quality of these martial artists, they were still able to withstand it. Yuan Hongwen was also affected by this ripple. His entire body shook, and his expression changed slightly, but soon his eyes were blazing with passion. Dao intent, it really is Dao intent. Zhuo Wen, I really didn't expect that you've actually comprehended Dao intent to such an extent. As he spoke, the battle intent in Yuan Hongwen's eyes became even stronger. He took a step forward, and with the god-slaying halberd in his right hand, he went straight for Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed, and then his right hand formed a seal. Suddenly, his body was divided into three. One was his body, the second was the perfection saint body, and the third was the mind strength doppelganger. This Zhuo Wen actually has two doppelgangers. Looking at Zhuo Wen, who had divided into three, many martial artists who were watching revealed shocked expressions. They could feel that the aura of Zhuo Wen's three doppelgangers was extremely powerful and terrifying. Go! Zhuo Wen's body used Dao intent to support the two doppelgangers. Then, the perfection saint body immediately grasped the celestial slaying sword, which had been sent flying, in his hand. The dark golden light that erupted from his body became more and more intense. At this moment, the perfection saint body, with the support of Dao intent, was twice as tough as before. The peak of the earthly immortal realm was completely vulnerable in front of the saint body. The mind strength doppelganger, with the support of Dao intent, was even more proficient in using the devouring curse prohibition. The power of the devouring curse prohibition was also twice as strong as before. Yuan Hongwen, the first place of the divine battle belongs to me. I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Zhuo Wen's body emitted a cold light from his eyes. He used Dao intent to support his own celestial technique. Then, he used the only three celestial techniques he had. Slaughtering Finger of the Underworld, Lone Peak, Celestial Technique Asking Buddha. The three celestial techniques, with the support of Dao intent, were many times more powerful than before. The moment these three celestial techniques appeared, the entire life and death path began to tremble violently. This time, the trembling was even more intense than when Yuan Hongwen used the landslide of 10 directions. The towering tree in the life and death path shook violently under this tremor. Countless branches swayed and shattered, and countless leaves fell, forming a terrifying rain of leaves. The two doppelganger and the three celestial techniques were the most powerful force that Zhuowen could use at the moment. This force was infinitely close to the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Even an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator would have to retreat when facing Zhuowen. Yuan Hongwen's pupils shrank slightly. He stared at the perfection divine being and mind-strength doppelganger that were rushing toward him. The aura of these two doppelganger was extremely terrifying. He knew that it was the influence of Tao intent. With Yuan Hongwen's current strength, it was not difficult to deal with these two doppelganger. However, he was afraid of the three celestial techniques behind the two doppelganger. These three celestial techniques were much more terrifying than any of the previous ones. According to his estimation, if he faced these three celestial techniques directly, he would be in some danger. What a powerful Tao intent! This is the power that I have always wanted to pursue. However, Yuan Hongwen did not show any fear. Instead, he laughed wildly, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. God-slaying halberd, blood technique. Yuan Hongwen bit his thumb and then gently wiped the halberd's body. Suddenly, the surface of the god-slaying halberd exuded a large amount of blood qi. As the blood qi erupted, it transformed into all kinds of phantoms. These phantoms were all in human form. There were old people, young people, men, and women. They were like souls. Yuan Hongwen placed the halberd at his feet and then continued to form seals with both hands. Suddenly, the phantoms formed by the blood qi began to merge and form two extremely large blood shadows. The moment these two blood shadows appeared, a large blood-colored saber condensed in their hands. With a roar, they rushed toward the perfection divine being and mind-strength doppelganger. Bang! 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 These two blood shadows were not weak. With a monstrous blood qi, they blocked the attacks of the perfection divine being and mind-strength doppelganger. After doing this, Yuan Hongwen raised his head and stared at the three celestial techniques that were crushing down on him. Tao intent! This time, let's determine the winner. At this point, Yuan Hongwen's eyes became extremely serious. Then, he quickly formed seals with both hands. In a breath's time, he continuously formed strange seals. As Yuan Hongwen formed seals again and again, the aura of the god-slaying halberd in front of him became more and more terrifying. It was as if there was a primitive beast sealed in the god-slaying halberd. As the seal began to be undone, the primitive beast was about to break out. God-slaying! Yuan Hongwen bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the surface of the god-slaying halberd. Suddenly, the aura of the god-slaying halberd soared to the extreme. Then, the surface began to fall off and disintegrate. The god-slaying halberd shattered into countless pieces of iron that were as black as ice. These pieces of iron had thick traces of blood. Chapter 1802. Devil Transformation. Yuan Hongwen's gaze was calm as he slowly walked out. Suddenly, the blood-red armor in front of him disintegrated and surged into Yuan Hongwen's body as if he was wearing armor. The moment he put on the blood-red armor, Yuan Hongwen's entire temperament changed. He looked up at the three celestial techniques that were crushing down from above and growled among the younger generation. Only you, Zhuowen, can force me, Yuan Hongwen, to use the god-slaying technique. I don't believe you can win with this move. As he spoke, Yuan Hongwen made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Immediately, continuous rumbling sounds came from his body as if thousands of bombs were exploding around him at the same time. The space within tens of thousands of miles with Yuan Hongwen as the center began to strangely collapse. Within the tens of thousands of miles of collapse, terrifying and huge bloody hands suddenly stretched out. There were too many bloody hands. When they stretched out, they actually rapidly rotated in a counterclockwise direction, forming a terrifying and bloodthirsty storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The storm reached the sky and shattered the world. Moreover, as the storm became more and more violent, the bloody hands in the surrounding space also grew more and more. The pungent smell of blood also spread continuously in the surroundings. The moment the storm formed by the countless bloody hands formed, the path of life and death shook even more violently. Even the surface of the sealed dimension scroll that sealed the entrance of the towering tree showed signs of collapsing. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He also felt the terror of the blood-red storm, especially the bloody hands in the storm, which gave him a dangerous feeling. The blood-red storm was extremely fast and swept into the sky in an instant. At this moment, the three celestial techniques also fell one after another. Rumble! In an instant, the blood-red storm and the three celestial techniques collided. Extremely terrifying waves of air burst out between the two. Then, the entire space of the path of life and death began to continuously explode. At the same time, Yuan Hongwen took a step with his right foot and directly swept towards Zhuowen in the sky. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. He took a step with his right foot and raised the power of his Dao intent to the extreme as he also swept towards Yuan Hongwen. Bang! 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 The two collided in an instant. Then, in the explosion of the terrifying bloody storm and immortal technique power, deafening sounds of collision broke out again and again. The speed of the two was simply too fast. Countless cultivators on the life and death path could not even see the figures of Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen clearly. Moreover, as the two of them continued to fight, the power of the blood-red storm and the three immortal techniques became more and more terrifying, almost covering the entire path of life and death. Retreat! Retreat! Many warriors on the path of life and death looked bitter. The battle between Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen was too terrifying. It was beyond the scope of an earth immortal. If this goes on, won't the path of life and death collapse? Ji Chunyan smiled bitterly. Sherbin, Kong Haogan, Dong Qixin, and Situ Ninyue fell into silence. Their shock was no less than Ji Chunyan's, perhaps even greater. "Milord!" Behind the dead end, among a group of cultivators, Xuehui stared excitedly at the tall figure fighting Yuan Hongwen, his entire body trembling. Brother Zhua is so powerful. On the other side, old man Zhushang also raised his head. He stared at Zhuowen, who was like a ghost in the void, with a complicated expression. He still clearly remembered that when he first met Zhuowen, this Zhuo Wenshang had to take out the elemental spirit bomb to threaten Feng Ruji. Later on, this Zhuo Wen used all kinds of schemes to kill Feng Ruji, and rose to prominence. Until now, Zhuo Wen's battle strength was close to that of Yuan Hongwen, who was at the peak of the Earth immortal realm. Countless elites in the central region who participated in the divine battle could only look up to him in awe. It could be said that Zhuowen's progress was far faster than old man Zhushang's. Perhaps this is a true monstrous genius. Old man Zhushang sighed inside. His complicated feelings for Zhuowen had completely turned into admiration. He had never seen someone like Zhuowen who could rise up so quickly and with such a sweeping attitude in the Central Plains. Even Yuan Hongwen, who was known as the Son of God, didn't rise as quickly as Zhuowen. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the countless bloody hands in the bloody storm gathered together. Then, from the eye of the storm, a ferocious and terrifying bloody hand stretched out. The surface of this huge bloody hand was actually made up of countless tiny bloody hands. It was obvious that this huge bloody hand was made up of all the bloody hands in the bloody storm. God-slaying ripping hand. Yuan Hongwen suddenly punched out and collided with Zhuowen's fist. Then, borrowing the terrifying recoil, he immediately retreated. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the terrifying bloody hand stretched out and grabbed the three immortal techniques that were in a deadlock with the bloody storm. Boom! The bloody hand crushed the slaughtering finger of Acheron, followed by the lone peak, and finally the huge ancient Buddha shadow. This blood-red hand was truly too terrifying. It practically crushed the three immortal arts into pieces with an all-powerful might, and then it flashed explosively towards Zhuo with irresistible force. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stared at the terrifying bloody hand that was rushing towards him. His right foot stepped in the void, and his speed soared to the extreme as he retreated. It was a pity that the bloody hand was extremely strange. Countless small bloody hands emerged from the surface of the bloody hand and drilled into the void. When these bloody hands drilled out again, they had unknowingly appeared under his feet. These bloody hands kept shaking, and an invisible force spread out, causing Zhuowen's speed to suddenly decrease. The huge bloody hand instantly closed the distance between Zhuowen and himself. Three-body integration. A strong sense of crisis emerged in Zhuowen's heart. Then he shouted loudly. Suddenly, he called back the perfection saint physique and mind strength doppelganger that were still entangled with the two bloody shadows and merged them into his body. Then Zhuowen clenched his right fist and a dark golden color burst out from his body. At the same time, a mysterious power of the way lingered on his fist. Bang, bang, bang. Just like that, Zhuowen threw a punch. Wherever the fist force passed, the wind whistled and exploded. It was as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. Boom. Zhuowen's figure was as tiny as an ant before the gigantic bloody hand. However, it was precisely this tiny ant-like existence that caused the bloody hand to explode into a bloody mist that spread in all directions with a single punch. Bang, bang, bang. Clouds of terrifying bloody mist burst out from the surface of the bloody hand. The bloody mist spread out and formed a bloody rain that fell from the void. Zhuowen rushed out of the bloody mist with an imposing aura and swept toward Yuan Hongwen, who was behind the bloody hand. Zhuowen, you were too careless. If the bloody hand was so easy to break, would it still be my trump card? Yuan Hongwen revealed a strange smile, and Zhuowen's figure froze. He secretly cursed in his heart. Unfortunately, it was too late. Behind Zhuowen, the bloody mist that had exploded into a cloud began to wriggle. Then it wriggled faster and faster, and finally condensed into a huge bloody hand. This bloody hand was extremely fast, and it grabbed Zhuowen in its palm. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Looking at Zhuowen, who had disappeared in the palm of the bloody hand, many warriors below heaved a sigh of relief. The battle between Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen was too terrifying. The entire path of life and death was affected. If the two continued to fight, they were afraid that they would be deeply affected. This was not the result they wanted to see. Zhuowen lost. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes frowned as she murmured in a low voice. Kong Haogan's eyes were cold as he sneered. Yuan Hongwen's move is too terrifying. Even an ordinary peak, earthly immortal, would find it hard to withstand, let alone Zhuowen, who was directly hit. Since the outcome has been decided, young Master Yuan should have opened the sealed dimension scroll, right? Sherbin shouted at Yuan Hongwen. The others on the path of life and death nodded. They did not want to stay here for a moment longer, especially when they felt the fear from before. Many of them had a shadow in their hearts. Yuan Hongwen's eyes flickered. He quietly hovered above the bloody hand and looked at it quietly. His brows were slightly knitted, and he did not pay attention to Sherbin's words. "Young Master Yuan, what do you mean? Do you want to lock all of us in this path of life and death?" Sherbin said with some dissatisfaction. Yuan Hongwen indifferently stared at Sherbin and said, "Noisy, if you're not convinced, come up and fight me." Sherbin's face froze, but he did not reply. The terrifying strength that Yuan Hongwen had just displayed was definitely not something he could contend against. If he went up, wouldn't he be asking for humiliation? Who said that Zhuowen lost? Bang! Before Yuan Hongwen could finish his words, the bloody hand below directly collapsed into countless blood mists. A figure filled with monstrous demonic energy suddenly rushed out. Immortal art demonic change. As this figure rushed out, a sinister and demonic voice was emitted. "He hasn't lost yet." Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed as he indifferently finished his words. Everyone's gazes converged on the figure that rushed out. Soon after, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The figure's entire body was filled with monstrous demonic energy. His black hair actually dragged to his feet, and his demonic eyes were cold and dark. The immortal art Buddha demonic change had a total of 3 stages. They were the Buddha demonic change, and Buddha demonic change. Moreover, the power of each stage would increase by hundreds or thousands. Zhuowen had already thoroughly comprehended the Buddha demonic change. In the later period of time, he had consulted Shi Ji about the demonic change. However, the demonic change was even more profound than the Buddha demonic change. Therefore, Zhuowen's cultivation speed was extremely slow. Until now, he had not completely comprehended the demonic change. However, when he was grabbed by the bloody hand, in the instant of life and death crisis, Zhuowen's mind quickly operated. He began to recall Shi Ji's teachings and actually completely comprehended the demonic change. Chapter 1803, the sealed realm scroll shattered. Zhuowen stood in the rain of blood. He stared coldly at Yuan Hongwen, who was wearing his blood armor. Whoosh! Suddenly, the bloody hand that had exploded into a bloody mist wriggled again. It reformed into a huge bloody hand and attacked Zhuowen again. Zhuowen's demonic eyes glowed fiercely. He casually clenched his right hand. Suddenly, demonic aura surged out. Then, the terrifying demonic aura began to wriggle and shrink. It turned into a demonic hand that was no weaker than the bloody hand. Bang! The demon hand gave off a heaven-toppling aura as it grabbed onto the blood-red hand and pulled, causing the blood-red hand to be torn into a bloody mist. After repeating this several times, the bloody hand finally lost its effect. After it exploded into a bloody mist, it showed no signs of reforming. Zhuowen slowly raised his head. His demonic eyes were like ice. His hair was as black as ink. His aura was extremely cold. At this moment, Zhuowen was like an emotionless demon. He had unparalleled power and was not easily affected by external things. Moreover, Zhuowen had the experience of becoming a demon. Therefore, he did not reject or feel uncomfortable with the demonic aura in his body. Instead, he could use it with ease. The Fighting Buddha Demon Saint's famous immortal technique, the Buddha Demon Transformation. It is indeed impressive. Yuan Hongwen's gaze became serious. After the devil transformation, the pressure Zhuowen gave him had increased by a lot, especially when he saw those cold and emotionless demonic eyes. Even Yuan Hongwen's expression changed slightly. "The first place of the divine battle will be mine," Zhuowen murmured. Then he flicked his right hand, and summoned the Blood Immortal. "Master, why are you looking for the little Blood Immortal?" The moment the Blood Immortal appeared, she immediately smiled at Zhuowen, especially when she saw the demonic aura around Zhuowen. The Blood Immortal's heart skipped a beat. The current Zhuowen gave her a very strong sense of threat. It was as if Zhuowen could destroy her if he wanted. Thinking of this, the Blood Immortal's attitude towards Zhuowen became even more attentive and flattering. The smile on her face became even brighter. "Enter the cauldron and hold on for 100 breaths. If you can't hold on for 100 breaths, you will bear the consequences." Zhuowen lifted the Blood Immortal with his right hand and shoved her into the Fushi cauldron without hesitation. The Blood Immortal did not even have time to react before she was shoved into the cauldron by Zhuowen. This made the Blood Immortal was even more for blood. Zhuowen. She could not see through Zhuowen's strength. She could not see through Zhuowen translation. When the Blood Immortal saw Zhuowen's cold demonic eyes, she could not help but shiver. She still remembered what Zhuowen said before. She knew that if she really left the Fushi cauldron, what awaited her would be a merciless punishment. Thinking of Zhuowen's merciless punishment, the Blood Immortal could not help but shiver. A trace of fear rose in her heart. She did not dare to come out of the Fushi cauldron. This cauldron has a powerful aura. If you can hold on for 100 breaths, this cauldron will give you an extremely powerful aura. By then, your strength will temporarily increase by a lot. Help me this time, and in the future, when I am strong enough, I will set you free. Zhuowen's voice transmitted into the Blood Immortal's mind. The Blood Immortal's pupils shrank as if she was injected with chicken blood. Freedom! This malefic wants to set me free. No matter what, I will hold on for 100 breaths. For my freedom, I will hold on for 100 breaths, even if I have to give up my life. The Blood Immortal was extremely excited. She was almost incoherent. She began to seriously resist the aura within the Fushi cauldron. As she sat quietly in the Fushi cauldron, she found that the aura within the cauldron was constantly entering her body. Her entire body was filled with an indescribably powerful aura. Zhuowen silently looked at the Blood Immortal, who was quietly sitting in the Fushi cauldron. This was the first time he had tried to give the aura within the Fushi cauldron to the Blood Immortal. Now, it seemed like this experiment was feasible. The aura within 100 breaths should be enough to delay Yuan Hongwen, who is at the peak of the Earth immortal realm. I must be the first to break out of the path of life. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He took a step forward with his right foot. Demonic chi surged from his body and formed an extremely terrifying and ferocious demonic shadow in the void behind him. Yuan Hongwen, you and I still have 100 breaths of time to fight. If you can't defeat me in 100 breaths of time, then the first place of the divine tournament will be mine. Zhuowen, who was walking in the void, said in an indifferent voice. It was like a muffled thunder, deafening and endless. Yuan Hongwen solemnly looked at the Blood Immortal, who was put into the Fushi cauldron by Zhuowen. His eyes flashed, but he laughed and said, 100 breaths is enough. As he spoke, Yuan Hongwen took a step forward with his right foot. The blood armor on his body spewed out clouds of terrifying blood mist. The blood mist gushed out and started to wriggle. In the end, it condensed into a terrifying blood storm. Following that, Yuan Hongwen took one step at a time. With every step, the blood armor spewed out a terrifying blood mist. This blood mist could create a terrifying blood-colored storm. When Yuan Hongwen took his 10th step, the 10 blood-red storms began to condense, forming an even more terrifying blood-red storm. In the eye of the blood-red storm, a blood-red hand that was even more terrifying than before stretched out. The blood hand that was formed this time was too terrifying. It was many times more terrifying than the blood hand that Yuan Hongwen used before. Zhuowen also took a step forward in the void. With every step, a monstrous demonic aura formed a demonic sword. After 10 steps, 10 demonic swords formed and revolved around Zhuowen's body. Condense. Zhuowen pointed with his right sword finger. The 10 demonic swords merged together and formed a terrifying demonic sword that was thousands of feet long. Bang, bang, bang. The blood hand and the demonic sword heavily clashed together. The entire path of life and death began to shake violently again. The other warriors on the path of life and death revealed bitter expressions. At this moment, staying on the path of life and death was simply torture for them. 10 breaths. Zhuowen silently counted the time. At the same time, demonic aura gushed out. He stepped on the demonic sword and continuously clashed with the blood hand. 20 breaths. 80 breaths. When Zhuowen counted to 80 breaths, Yuan Hongwen grinned and formed a seal with both hands. He said, "Zhuowen, I said that 100 breaths is enough to defeat you. I mean it." After he finished speaking, the blood armor around Yuan Hongwen shattered. Countless blood lights gathered together and formed an extremely terrifying blood mist. Then the blood mist squirmed and formed 2 huge blood hands again. 2 crimson hands grabbed at the void, directly grabbing at Zhuowen, as if wanting to crush Zhuowen alive. Zhuowen's eyes were still cold and indifferent as he stared at the 2 enormous bloody hands. He didn't hesitate to utilize the first level of Dao insight. Instantly, the might of the devil's sword beneath his feet doubled, and it directly slashed the bloody hands before him into 2. Then, the demonic sword flicked up and cut through the void. It quickly slashed twice at the 2 huge blood hands that were reaching over. For a moment, demonic light soared into the sky. Strange demonic shadows appeared in the 2 sword lights. Uft, uft. The 2 blood hands were also cut into blood mist. However, the 3 blood hands were not ordinary. After being cut off, they reformed and were extremely difficult to deal with. Yuan Hongwen quietly looked at the Dao insight that Zhuowen used. The understanding in his eyes became more and more intense. He had a deeper understanding of Dao insight. 90 breaths. Zhuowen muttered softly. His right hand grabbed at the void behind him. The demonic shadow that appeared behind him was directly grabbed by him. Then Zhuowen unceremoniously crushed the demonic shadow and gathered it into the demonic sword. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic sword slashed out again. The 3 blood hands instantly collapsed, but the sword light of the demonic sword did not weaken and rushed towards Yuan Hongwen. Yuan Hongwen's expression changed. He snorted coldly and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The moment the blood essence was spat out, it immediately exploded into a blood mist. The blood mist wriggled and stretched out another huge blood hand to meet the demonic sword. This blood hand was not ordinary. It actually blocked the demonic sword for a breath of time, which bought a lot of time for Yuan Hongwen to escape. At the same time, the other 3 blood hands reformed and rushed over, wrapping around the demonic sword. For a moment, the demonic sword faintly felt tired under the attack of the 4 blood hands. 100 breaths. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Then he stepped back with his right foot and immediately retreated to the side of the Fushi cauldron. At the same time, the demonic sword had reached its limit. However, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and detonated the demonic sword. A shocking explosion sounded, and the 4 blood hands were directly engulfed by the explosion. Then, Zhuowen grabbed the blood immortal from the Fushi cauldron. He pointed at the gloomy Yuan Hongwen and said, Hold this person and buy me some time." At this moment, the Blood Immortal's eyes were red. Her entire body was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing her aura to reach an extremely terrifying level. However, the Blood Immortal did not lose her mind. She nodded at Zhuowen and roared as she rushed towards Yuan Hongwen. At this moment, the pressure on the Blood Immortal's body was too terrifying. She needed to vent properly, and this time, the target was obviously Yuan Hongwen, who was in front of her. Scram! The moment the Blood Immortal rushed over, Yuan Hongwen's face was gloomy. He grabbed with his right hand, and countless blood mist rushed out, forming a huge blood hand that grabbed at the Blood Immortal. Boom! The Blood Immortal roared and struck out with her right claw. Suddenly, an invisible pressure spread out and formed a violent hurricane that blocked the blood hand. The Blood Immortal rushed towards Yuan Hongwen without any regard for her life. Yuan Hongwen snorted and used his supreme techniques to block the Blood Immortal. However, at this moment, the Blood Immortal seemed to have gone crazy and was extremely difficult to deal with. Against Yuan Hongwen's powerful attacks, she actually used the terrifying pressure in her body to dissolve them. For a moment, she actually managed to entangle Yuan Hongwen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He raised his head and looked at the sealed dimension scroll above him. He took a step forward and instantly arrived before the scroll. "Break for me." Zhuowen took a deep breath and fiercely punched out. Countless demonic qi appeared on the surface of his fist like a storm. Then, a layer of Dao was added to this attack. Kacha! Chapter 1804. Blood Imor and more cracks appeared on the dimensional sealing scroll, and in the end, they enveloped the entire scroll. This punch gathered all of Zhuowen's strength, and with the support of the first level of Dao insight, it caused the might of this punch to reach an unprecedented level. The shattering of the sealed dimension scroll caused the entire path of life and death to shake violently. The shaking this time was more violent than any other time. Many warriors were terrified. At this moment, the Blood Immortal seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her terrifying pressure forced Yuan Hongwen to continuously retreat. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were gloomy, especially when he saw the sealed dimension scroll continuously shattering. Yuan Hongwen's pupils shrank. "Zhuowen!" Yuan Hongwen roared angrily. A terrifying blood mist erupted from his body. A vast and terrifying aura suddenly exploded from his body. "Godslaying Blood Eye!" Yuan Hongwen's eyes became extremely serious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of essence blood. His face was pale and bloodless, and his aura was much weaker. The essence blood fell on the blood mist in front of him, and it actually caused the blood mist to violently wriggle. The Blood Immortal's right claw suddenly slammed into the blood mist with a monstrous pressure. Then, the crazed Blood Immortal suddenly revealed a terrified expression. She only felt an extremely terrifying and irresistible power directly explode towards her. "Puchi!" The Blood Immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. The bone spikes all over her body were broken, and clouds of blood mist burst out. Her eyes became dim and lifeless, and then she was suddenly sent flying. The moment the Blood Immortal was sent flying, the wriggling blood mist suddenly exploded. It actually burst out countless bloodlines. These bloodlines spread out and actually turned into numerous ferocious and terrifying blood eyes in the sky above the path of life and death. There were simply too many blood eyes. They almost covered the entire sky above the path of life and death. It was as if the entire world was being watched by these countless blood eyes. The moment the blood eyes appeared in the sky, countless warriors on the path of life and death covered their eyes. Tears of blood actually flowed out of their eyes. Shrill screams continuously came out of these warriors' mouths. "Don't make eye contact with these blood eyes." Ji Chinyen immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the countless blood eyes. Instead, he quietly observed the battle in the sky with his divine sense. It wasn't just Ji Chinyen. Some of the martial artists who had reached the middle stage of the Earth immortal realm and above retracted their gazes in time. Those martial artists who had met the blood eyes gaze let out shrill cries. It would take a long time for their eyes to recover. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeve and put the blood immortal into his spirit ring. Then he punched out again and turned the sealed boundary scroll into dust. However, it was also at this moment that the power of the countless blood-red eyes swept over and instantly covered the entire space. Zhuo, who was originally about to leave, actually came to a sudden halt under this strange power. "Dao in sight!" Zhuo shouted in a low voice and gathered all of his will of the way on his feet. Invisible ripples spread out from the soles of his feet. After that, his stagnant body suddenly stepped into the air, intending to leave completely, explode. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were crimson red as he roared in a low voice. Suddenly, the countless blood-red eyes in the space opened wide in anger. Then, these blood-red eyes began to explode. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Under the explosion of countless blood-red eyes, the space formed by the life and death path seemed so insignificant at this moment. It began to collapse completely in the life and death path. Many martial artists stared blankly at this scene. There was only endless fear left in their eyes. No one had expected that the space of the life and death path would collapse and collapse. What kind of power was needed to do this? "Yuan Hongwen, you're crazy." Kong Haoqian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly used all of the available skills in his spirit ring to form an extremely powerful defense around his body. Not only Kong Haoqian, but Ji Chinyen, Shi Bin, Situ Ninyue, Dong Qixin, and the other martial artists on the life and death path also used all of their skills without hesitation. They knew very well that if the space of the life and death path really collapsed, then their fate would be extremely miserable. If they could not block this terrifying collapsing force, then they would most likely die. When everyone on the life and death path used all of their skills to defend, Zhuo, who was originally rushing towards the exit, also felt this extremely terrifying explosive force. The explosion of the blood-red eyes was too terrifying. It was as if the entire space had collapsed because of it. A terrifying, tearing hurricane swept over, causing Zhuowen's expression to change greatly. His rushing figure suddenly stagnated in midair under the influence of this terrifying force. "Zhuowen, you won't be able to get first place." Yuan Hongwen's face was pale and bloodless, but his eyes were as red as blood. He stared fixedly at Zhuo, who was above him, and made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Suddenly, the exploding blood eyes around him suddenly condensed into a huge blood eye. This blood-red eye was too big. It was as if the sky of the life and death path had disappeared and was replaced by this blood-red eye. This huge blood-red eye stared at Zhuowen's figure and then slowly blinked. Suddenly, the surrounding space collapsed even faster. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood, and a terrifying bloody mist erupted from his body. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with horror. Without hesitation, he used the 3 immortal techniques on his body. At the same time, he supported himself with Dao Will, trying to break this terrifying binding force. Unfortunately, the blood-red eye was too terrifying. Even with the support of Dao Will, Zhuowen's 3 immortal techniques were still unable to break this terrifying binding force. When Zhuowen was stared at by the blood-red eye, the bloody mist on his body kept surging and erupting, causing his face to turn even paler. This is my strongest immortal technique. Back then, I relied on this immortal technique to defeat the late stage of the Earth immortal realm. Now that I'm at the peak of the Earth immortal realm, this immortal technique is enough to defeat the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Zhuowen, you forced me to use this strongest immortal technique. Although you've lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Yuan Hongwen stood on top of the blood-red eye. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. If one looked closely, Yuan Hongwen's breathing was extremely rapid. Obviously, using the blood-red, I had a great impact on him. Help me. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. He took out the mysterious eyeball that was still playing dead from his collar. The mysterious eyeball glanced at Zhuowen, and as if it understood what he meant, it shook up and down. Then an extremely terrifying black lightning suddenly flashed out of its pupil. This black lightning looked only the size of a palm, but when it finally appeared in the void, it suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a huge black qilin. The black qilin was surrounded by black lightning. As it stomped on the ground, countless black lightning bolts burst out, making the black qilin look like a god or a demon. The moment the black qilin appeared, countless black lightning threads lingered around Zhuowen's body. The powerful restrictive force of the blood-red eye suddenly collapsed, and Zhuowen regained his freedom of movement. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Zhuowen immediately took a step forward and rushed upwards. What kind of power is this? Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the black qilin that was formed by the black lightning. The aura of the black qilin was so terrifying that it made him feel terrified. Boom! The black qilin was so fast that it arrived in front of Yuan Hongwen in an instant. Yuan Hongwen immediately retreated without hesitation. Then he pointed his right hand at the void, and the huge blood-red eye blocked in front of him. Sizzle! 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 The black qilin rushed toward the blood-red eye, and then countless black lightning threads spread out and enveloped the blood-red eye. Under the influence of the black lightning, the blood-red eye faintly showed signs of being weakened. Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Without hesitation, Yuan Hongwen directly detonated the huge blood-red eye. The resulting explosion frightened even Yuan Hongwen. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. Yuan Hongwen, Zhuowen, you two lunatics, are you trying to kill all of us? The moment they saw the huge blood-red eye explode, many warriors on the life and death path cried out in fear. This huge blood-red eye was more terrifying than the countless blood-red eyes before. If it exploded, the life and death path would definitely not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, Yuan Hongwen did not care about the warriors' cries at all, and still detonated the blood-red eye. Rumble! Finally, the life and death path, which was already on the verge of collapse, shook even more violently this time. Then, the space above the life and death path began to collapse, like a mountain that had been detonated by an explosion. Puff! Puff! Then many warriors on the life and death path spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were pale, and they could only retreat step by step to offset the terrifying collapse force. Did I lose? Yuan Hongwen slowly fell from the void. He stared at the figure that finally disappeared at the exit of the path of life, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had really underestimated Zhuowen. No one expected that Zhuowen would hide such a move in the end. It was really unexpected. At this moment, in the square, the black vortex that represented the life and death path appeared at the edge of the square, while the white vortex that represented the life and death path was located in the center of the square. In the square, many warriors were waiting with anticipation. Their eyes fell on the white vortex. After a few days, They knew that someone would come out of the life and death path. I wonder who will be the first to come out this time. If it's not Yuan Hongwen, then it's Zhuowen. Both of them are geniuses. The first place will definitely be among the two of them. Don't forget, there's still Ji Qinyan from the Eternal family. Her reputation is not any weaker than Yuan Hongwen. She might also be the first to come out. Voices of discussion constantly resounded. Everyone was looking forward to who would be the first to come out of the life and death path. Even the dozen heavenly immortal patriarchs and divine Master Dohua, who were sitting on the praying mats, looked at the life and death path with anticipation. Rumble. Chapter 1805. Primal Chaos, War, God Boom. 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 The explosions became more and more intense. The black and white vortexes began to show signs of collapsing. What's going on? The path of life and death seems to be collapsing. Looking at the two whirlpools that were constantly swaying, many warriors in the square revealed looks of horror. The path of life and death was formed by the power of Tao Tai. It was basically impossible for anyone below the sky immortal realm to collapse the path of life and death. But now, the path of life and death was collapsing. Who could have such terrifying power to cause the entire path of life and death to collapse from within? It should be the divine child, Yuan Hongwen. In this divine battle, only he has the power to collapse the path of life and death. If the collapse of the path of life and death is caused by Yuan Hongwen, then the first place of this divine battle will be Yuan Hongwen. A storm of discussion broke out. Everyone was speculating, and they were even more certain that Yuan Hongwen would be the first place of this divine battle. In the central divine palace, Dohua nodded slightly. His eyes revealed a touch of satisfaction. Obviously, in his opinion, the only person who could cause the path of life and death to collapse was Yuan Hongwen. I wonder who it was that made Hongwen use such a terrifying power. Although he was satisfied, Dohua was surprised. In his opinion, among the many warriors in this divine battle, there was no opponent who could make Yuan Hongwen use his full strength. Even Ji Qinyan could not. Thinking of this, Dohua looked at Shiji, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with his eyes closed. He thought of Zhuowen, who was taught by Shiji, and shook his head. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was not bad, and even his talent was considered monstrous, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the intermediate earth immortal realm. There was a huge gap between him and Yuan Hongwen, who was at the peak of the earth immortal realm. He did not believe that Zhuowen could make Yuan Hongwen use his full strength. As expected of the number one genius of the Primal Chaos Temple, I'm afraid only Yuan Hongwen, who was nurtured by the Divine Master, can cause such a commotion in the path of life and death. He Wushang suddenly laughed. As soon as he Wushang spoke, the other heavenly immortal patriarchs cupped their fists towards Dohua and spoke courteously. Dohua shook his head instead and said, "Everyone, you're too modest. Even if Hongwen has some strength, he can't be sure that he'll be the first to arrive. Perhaps he'll be one of the geniuses under your powers." Although Dohua's words were extremely modest, his eyes were full of smiles. Clearly, he was in an extremely good mood. Naturally, he was certain that Yuan Hongwen would be number one this time. Everyone looked at Dohua's appearance. Although they were speaking politely, they were secretly cursing him in their hearts. Of course, they naturally wouldn't say such words out loud. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the depths of the white vortex, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Someone came out. Is it Yuan Hongwen? Everyone's eyes were focused on the white vortex, their eyes filled with anticipation and speculation. Over 10 heavenly immortal realm experts stopped talking as well, and their gazes converged over successively. Even Dohua looked over with a wisp of an indifferent smile on the corners of his mouth. under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, a rather miserable figure suddenly rushed out and landed in everyone's line of sight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes descended onto this figure, and then the entire square became extremely quiet. On the other hand, the smile on the corners of Do Hwa's mouth slowly froze, and the gazes of over 10 heavenly immortals were stunned as well. Because this figure wasn't the godchild of the chaotic temple, Yuan Hongwon, as everyone had guessed, but Zhuowen. At the instant Zhuowen fell into the square, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he immediately retreated backwards and distanced himself from the white vortex. At the instant Zhuowen retreated to the edge of the square, the white vortex actually started to wriggle violently, and then it directly exploded with a bang, causing a terrifying wave of air to spread throughout the square. Crack! The square shook violently because of this, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. They were like veins on a leaf, and they spread out in all directions, causing it to seem extremely strange. This wave of air was too terrifying. The cultivators that were nearby directly spat out mouthfuls of blood when they came into contact with this wave of air, and they hurriedly retreated in astonishment while their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't dare approach the wave of air again. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions suddenly resounded, and the white vortex directly collapsed, exploding into countless balls of white light. A terrifying wave of explosion rippled out in all directions in a ring shape. After the white vortex collapsed, another figure rushed out from it. This figure had disheveled hair, and blood flowed from his forehead to his cheeks, causing this person to look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Everyone's gazes converged, and they were surprised to recognize that this person was the godchild, Yuan Hongwon. As soon as Yuan Hongwon came out, his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly avoided the powerful force produced by the white vortex's explosion and retreated continuously. After Yuan Hongwon came out, numerous figures in a sorry state followed closely behind. The people in the lead were Ji Chenyan, Sherbin, Kong Haogan, and the other representatives of the various Holy Talisman clans, followed by the other earthly immortal experts, who all rushed out with fear in their eyes. Do Hwa frowned slightly, and with a clench of his right hand, a terrifying celestial core power burst out, transforming into a giant hand, and tightly grasped the collapsing white vortex. The white vortex, which was originally on the verge of collapse, immediately calmed down when it was grasped by the giant hand. Then, the giant hand suddenly collapsed into countless balls of white light and merged into the white vortex, causing the collapsing vortex to be restored to its original state. The collapse of the path of life and death was completely stabilized by Do Hwa's actions, and then figures rushed out from it one after another. As the figures continued to rush out, He Wushang's expression gradually turned gloomy because he didn't see He Yu's figure. With He Yu's strength, she should have already walked out of the path of life, and it was impossible for her to not appear until now. When the 125th cultivator appeared at the exit of the path of life, no more cultivators appeared from the white vortex. It was obvious that the remaining 30 people had died in the path of life and death. Do Hwa glanced at He Wushang, and with a wave of his sleeve, he was about to seal the path of life and death, but he was stopped by He Wushang. "Divine Master, can we wait for another hour?" He Wushang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he spoke. Do Hwa looked deeply at He Wushang and finally nodded. While waiting, Yuan Hongwen's gaze suddenly turned, and he looked at the edge of the square, at Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that his injuries were too serious, he would have already rushed over to fight with Zhuowen again. Shiji, who was sitting quietly on the futon, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Zhuowen, and there was a look of admiration in his eyes. The path of life and death has ended, And now we can confer the title of the 99 chaotic war gods. I said before that the ranking of the chaotic war gods will be determined by the order of the exit of the path of life. Dou Hua's voice was loud and clear, and it resounded throughout the square. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the square. They knew that the first person to rush out of the path of life would be Zhuowen. Having said that, Dou Hua waved his sleeve, and the ancient boulder standing in the middle of the square was suddenly lifted into the air, and it was suspended in the air. First chaotic war god, Zhuowen, carve your name into the ancient boulder. Only then will you be qualified to enter the primordial battlefield when it opens, Dou Hua said faintly. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He took a step forward and swept to the front of the ancient boulder. He cupped his fists at Dou Hua and then pointed his right hand. Celestial core power condensed at the tip of his finger, and his right finger slowly drew on the surface of the ancient boulder, carving his name. The moment Zhuowen's name was carved into the ancient boulder, Zhuowen realized that a mark swept out from the ancient boulder, and the mark fell deeply into Zhuowen's right palm. Zhuowen felt his palm heat up. Soon after, he saw a simple and unadorned character slowly appear in his palm. Upon closer inspection, the character was none other than the character Gu. With this mark, you will be qualified to enter the primordial battlefield when it opens. Dou Hua took a deep look at Zhuowen and then continued, Second chaotic war god. Yuan Hongwen, carve your name into the ancient boulder. Yuan Hongwen swept out. When he passed by Zhuowen, his gaze was extremely complicated, and he transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you and I will have a battle again. Once I comprehend that Tao intent, I will complete my transformation, and then I will not lose again. Zhuowen slowly landed on the ground, and he calmly looked at Yuan Hongwen's back with a solemn expression. Yuan Hongwen was very strong, and he was the strongest person he had ever met among his peers. If he had not used the power of the mysterious eyeball, he would have been the one to lose. Then Dou Hua began to sign up one by one, and the warriors were all excitedly carving their names into the ancient boulder. Among them, the third chaotic war god was Ji Chenyan, the fourth chaotic war god was Shi Bin, the fifth chaotic war god was Kong Haoqian, the sixth chaotic war god was Dong Qixin, and the seventh chaotic war god was Situ Nianyua. When the 99 chaotic war gods had all carved their names into the ancient boulder, Dou Hua waved his sleeve and put the ancient boulder into his spirit ring. An hour had passed quietly. He Wushang, an hour has passed. Since he has not come out, it means that he has died in the path of life and death. Dou Hua glanced at He Wushang, and then he gave Tao Tai a look. Tao Tai suddenly roared, opened his mouth, and swallowed the black and white vortexes into his stomach. He Wushang's face was extremely gloomy. He silently looked at the path of life and death that disappeared into Tao Tai's mouth. He clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red. He coldly looked down at the 99 chaotic war gods on the square. Chapter 1806. The agreement. He Wushang's words caused an uproar in the square. There was no doubt that He Wushang's words were very bold. Although a heavenly immortal could use his own celestial core power to forcefully raise an earthly immortal's cultivation level, the price was very high. Ordinary heavenly immortals would not do so. However, He Wushang had actually offered such a generous condition in order to find out who had killed He Yu. It was obvious how important He Yu was to him. In the square, the 99 Chaos War gods looked at each other with hesitation. In fact, many of them knew who had killed He Yu. After all, Zhuowen had used He Yu's natal immortal artifact, the immortal slaughtering sword, when he fought with Yuan Hongwen. He Yu was dead, and the immortal slaughtering sword was in Zhuowen's hands. There was no doubt that the murderer was Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, A figure rushed out from the 99 Chaos War Gods. His target was the futon where He Wuxiang and Wei Wuyin were. Senior the one who killed He Yu is Zhuo Wen, the origin of the god-slaying sword, and the King Blade Saint Talisman were all taken away by him. Senior you only need to search his spiritual ring, and you will know the answer. The moment the person rushed out, his voice was loud and clear. Wei Ruwei. Yuan Hongwen frowned slightly and looked at Wei Ruwei, who rushed out with some displeasure. Despicable. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said in a low voice with contempt. Wei Ruwei was extremely smart. The moment he mentioned the murderer, he rushed towards He Wuxiang and Wei Wuyin to prevent Zhuowen from taking revenge on him. Once he rushed to the side of Wei Wuyin and He Wuxiang, the two heavenly immortal elders, Zhuowen would not be able to deal with him even if he had hundreds of times the courage. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared coldly at Wei Ruwei, who was rushing towards He Wuxiang and Wei Wuyin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhuowen had always adhered to the principle of peace, as long as others did not provoke him. If someone took the initiative to provoke him, Zhuowen would not let them off. Wei Ruwei's despicable attitude caused Zhuowen's heart to be filled with killing intent. Zhuowen stood up abruptly and took a step forward with his right foot. Invisible ripples spread out as he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared above Wei Ruwei. At this moment, Wei Ruwei was still several thousand meters away from He Wuxiang and Wei Wuyin. To him, this distance didn't even require half a breath's time. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was like a mountain suddenly blocking in front of him. Wei Ruwei's pupils constricted as he abruptly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was fixated on Zhuowen as he revealed an expression of disbelief. Die! Zhuowen clenched his right fist, and the power of the holy physique of the small perfection surged out. At the same time, 9 golden runes lingered around his right fist and arm. They kept rotating, making the power of his right fist even more terrifying. Wei Ruwei's eyes were filled with fear when he felt the fierceness of the punch. He knew very well how terrifying Zhuowen was. Thus he let out a shrill cry, and the eagle on his shoulder immediately grew in size. The eagle expanded to a height of several dozen meters, then landed at Wei Ruwei's feet. It lifted him up, spread its wings, and fled as fast as lightning. Senior great ancestor, save me. The moment he retreated, Wei Ruwei immediately asked He Wuxiang and Wei Wuyin for help. He didn't even dare to fight with Zhuowen. Wei Ruwei's fearful performance puzzled many warriors in the square. Most of them had been eliminated in advance and hadn't been able to enter the path of life and death, so they hadn't seen the earth-shattering battle between Zhuowen and Yuan Hongwen. If they had seen that battle, they would have been even more miserable than Wei Ruwei. Little bastard, how dare you? Wei Wuyin shouted angrily. He took a step forward and went straight for Zhuowen. He was a little anxious. After all, Wei Ruwei was the most outstanding descendant of their beast envoy clan. He couldn't die like this. The one who attacked with Wei Wuyin was He Wuxiang. At this moment, He Wuxiang's face was extremely gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes spread throughout his body like a vast ocean. Unfortunately, as soon as Wei Wuyin and He Wuxiang attacked, 2 figures suddenly tore through the air and descended from the sky, blocking Wei Wuyin and He Wuxiang. Wei Wuyin's expression changed slightly. He suddenly blasted out with his right hand, and then a surge of demon qi surged. He grunted and retreated continuously. Only then did he see clearly that it was a demon blade with monstrous demon qi that blocked his path. He Wuxiang was in a similar state as Wei Wuyin. He also retreated dozens of steps. What blocked He Wuxiang was a Buddhist commandment blade that radiated Buddhist light. This is a battle between the younger generation. How dare the two elders interfere? An indifferent voice rang out the moment. He Wushang and Wei Wuyin were blocked. Afterward, Shiji, who was sitting on a cushion nearby, stared coldly at He Wushang and Wei Wuyin. He Wushang and Wei Wuyin shivered when they saw the cold light in Shiji's eyes. A trace of fear rose in their hearts. Shiji was a true immortal expert and the renowned fighting Buddha demon saint of the ancient times. An expert like that wasn't someone they could afford to offend. However, the two of them were extremely unwilling. After all, Yu had been killed by Zhuowen, and Wei Rui was about to be hunted down by Zhuowen. How could the two of them let this matter go? Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. Zhuowen had caught up to Wei Rui. Afterward, Zhuowen threw out a punch and directly blasted the eagle to pieces. Afterward, Wei Rui was lifted up by Zhuowen. Zhuowen, what are you doing? Hurry up and release Wei Rui, or you know the consequences. Wei Wuyin's eyes narrowed as he could not help but shout out. Zhuowen turned around and glanced at Wei Wuyin. He said indifferently, Zhuowen, have always been an upright person. This person used underhanded methods to plot against me. If I let him go because of this, would I let him plot against me again? With that, Zhuowen clenched his right hand and a violent force erupted. Wei Rui felt excruciating pain all over his body. Afterward, he exploded into a bloody mist while his soul was caught by Zhuowen. Wei Wuyin's eyes widened in rage. He glared at Zhuowen and roared. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a terrifying beast suddenly leapt out from behind him. As soon as the beast appeared, it roared at the sky and directly blocked the demonic blade in front of it. Then it rushed towards Zhuowen. Shiji's eyes narrowed slightly. He snorted coldly and formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the demonic blade expanded to several hundred feet in length and slashed across the air. The demonic blade let out a miserable cry and was directly chopped into pieces. Wei Wuyin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shiji's eyes were cold. The huge demonic blade released a terrifying demonic chi and directly slashed towards Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin's eyes were filled with madness. Just as he was about to use the beast envoy Saint Talisman, Douhua appeared in front of him. Douhua's right hand formed a claw and suddenly grasped. Surging celestial origin power surged out and turned into a huge claw that grabbed the demonic blade. Douhua said in a low voice, "Brother Shi, enough is enough." Wei Wuyin sighed softly and hurriedly said to Douhua, "Divine Master, you have to uphold justice for me. Zhuowen is really too arrogant. He actually dared to kill the successor of my beast envoy Saint Talisman clan in front of everyone. He's really audacious." Douhua's face was gloomy. He said, "You shut up as well. Wei Rui was indeed in the wrong. If he hadn't taken the lead, this wouldn't have happened. This matter ends here." As he spoke, Douhua waved his sleeve, and the demonic blade left his hand and was taken back by Shiji. On the other hand, Shiji looked indifferently at He Wushang and said, "Still want to attack?" He Wushang silently looked at the Buddhist commandment blade before him and clenched his fists. In the end, he returned to his futon, but the killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. Wei Wuyin silently returned to his futon as well. Wei Rui had been killed, and Shiji had stood up for him. So he knew that it was utterly impossible for him to look for trouble with Zhuowen now. A trace of a mocking smile appeared on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth as he silently put Wei Rui's soul core away. Wei Rui's cultivation wasn't high, and he was only at the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal realm. So, even if his soul core was made into a soul core bomb, it wouldn't be of much help to Zhuowen. However, Wei Rui's soul core contained a trace of the beast Envoy Saint Talisman's quintessence, and it was extremely beneficial to him. So, he naturally wouldn't let Wei Rui's soul core go. Zhuowen cupped his fists towards Shiji, with gratitude in his eyes. Shiji had helped him twice, and according to the agreement, Shiji would only help him 3 times. In other words, Shiji would only help him one last time. Then Zhuowen looked towards Douhua and said with a blazing gaze, "Divine Lord, according to the agreement, I've already obtained first place in the God battle. So, is it time for you to fulfill your promise to me?" Douhua took a deep look at Zhuowen and nodded, "Of course I'll fulfill my promise to you." At this point, Douhua looked towards Elder Gu, who wasn't far from the central divine palace, and said with a nod, "Elder Gu, I'll leave the rest to you." Elder Gu took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhuowen. "Take out your wife." Zhuowen looked excited. With a flick of his finger, he took out a crystal coffin from his spirit ring. His entire body was trembling slightly the moment the crystal coffin appeared. Many cultivators in the square revealed complicated expressions. They didn't expect that Zhuowen would risk his life to participate in the God battle and obtain first place, all for the sake of the woman in the crystal coffin. Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes were even more complicated. She muttered in a low voice, "No wonder he worked so hard to obtain first place in the God battle. It was all for the woman in front of him. For this woman to have such a man who is willing to sacrifice himself for her, she should have no regrets in this life." At this point, Ji Qinyan's gaze towards Zhuowen changed, and the surrounding cultivators were also moved. Chapter 1807. Returning to the divine, Tumyuan Hongwen's gaze also landed on the crystal coffin Zhuowen. He frowned slightly and shook his head with a sigh. "I never thought that Zhuowen would be such a sentimental person." Elder Gu carefully studied Mu Qinxue in the crystal coffin. After a moment of thought, he said, "Since the Divine Master has promised you, I will naturally do my best to treat you. However, your wife's body has already collapsed, and only her soul remains. Moreover, her soul is unstable and on the verge of collapse. It's not appropriate to treat your wife right now." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He said in a deep voice, "Senior Gu, do you need anything else?" Elder Gu nodded. "This crystal coffin should be used to stabilize this woman's soul, right? If this old man were to carelessly extract the woman's soul from the crystal coffin, her soul would immediately become unstable. At that time, even this old man would be powerless to reverse the situation. You need to find a physical body that can replace this crystal coffin. Moreover, this physical body must be stable enough. I believe that you also know the method to refine a physical body. However, the most important thing this time is to refine a physical body. The 9-soul lotus root, the chaotic divine temple, does not have the 9-soul lotus root. I can provide you with the other materials, but I need you to retrieve the 9-soul lotus root for me." Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. He had never heard of the 9-soul lotus root before. So how was he supposed to find it? "May I ask where the 9-soul lotus root is located?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. "Legend has it that it grows in the divine tomb of the Nether Corp's forbidden grounds. There is a lotus pond there, and the 9-soul lotus root grows in the center of the pond. However, it belongs to the master of the divine tomb, so I'm powerless to retrieve it," Elder Gu said nonchalantly. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He never thought that the 9-soul lotus root would grow in the divine tomb of the Nether Corp's forbidden grounds. Moreover, it belonged to the master of the divine tomb. With Zhuowen's current strength, How was it possible for him to retrieve the 9-soul lotus root from a place like that? Zhuowen, I'll bring you to the Serene Corpse extremity grounds. I happen to have something to do there, so come with me. Suddenly, Shiji slowly stood up. His eyes were like torches as he glanced indifferently at Elder Gu and Do Hua. Zhuowen sank into thought. When he heard that, he looked at Shiji's expression as well as Elder Gu and Do Hua's. He knew that Elder Gu's request probably had something to do with Shiji. Zhuowen cupped his fists towards Shiji with gratitude in his eyes. Speaking of which, Shiji had done a lot for him, and now he was even willing to go to the Serene Corpse extremity for him. Ha! This Do is very grateful that Brother Shi is willing to make a trip to the Serene Corpse extremis. Do Hua laughed and cupped his fists towards Shiji. We're just taking what we need. Shiji's gaze was calm as he looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, let's go to the Serene Corpse extremity grounds together. Once we're there, I'll naturally help you obtain the 9-soul lotus root. With that, Shiji nodded at Do Hua. Brother Do, other than the 4 battlefields, your chaotic divine temple should also have an entrance to the Serene Corpse extremity grounds, right? Open it for us. Do Hua smiled. Of course. Next, Do Hua led Shiji and Zhuowen into the central divine palace. Before they left, Zhuowen put the crystal coffin back into his spirit ring. His eyes were filled with tenderness. After Do Hua and the others left, Elder Gu said, loudly, "It will take some time before the primordial battlefield opens. Once it opens, the 99 chaotic war gods will have the same qualifications as experts above the heavenly immortal realm. They will be the first batch to enter the primordial battlefield. After that, the primordial battlefield will open again. If anyone wants to enter the primordial battlefield, they will all have the qualifications to do so. Now let's disperse." After Elder Gu finished speaking, he left the place. Then more than 10 heavenly immortal patriarchs left the square with their disciples and returned to the accommodations arranged by the chaotic divine temple. As for those warriors who were not chosen as chaotic war gods, their eyes were filled with bitterness. Elder Gu had said that the primordial battlefield would open again in the future. However, they knew that by then, most of the good things in the primordial battlefield would have been taken by the first batch of chaotic war gods and heavenly immortal patriarchs. What good things would be left behind by then? The dark corridor seemed to be endless. Zhuowen quietly followed behind Do Hua and Shiji. His originally excited mood slowly calmed down at this moment. After walking for about half an hour, the 3 of them arrived at a large hall. However, Do Hua did not stay in the hall for long. Instead, he turned right and came to an extremely remote bookshelf. Do Hua quickly pointed his hands in front of the bookshelf and condensed strange runes in the air. Then he muttered something. Creak! The bookshelf suddenly opened to both sides. Then Zhuowen discovered that behind the bookshelf was a rather strange Dharma array. This Dharma array looked simple and unadorned. This magic formation can directly enter the small world where the Serene Corpse Extremis is located. It can also ignore the spatial barriers in the Serene Corpse Extremis, Do Hua said with a smile. Shiji nodded and led Zhuowen into the magic formation. He said, "Brother Do, let's start the magic formation now." Do Hua nodded as he muttered to himself. Then he formed a seal with his hands and chanted something. Instantly, the formation exploded with a blazing light. Then it turned into a huge white pillar of light that instantly enveloped Zhuowen and Shiji. Looking at Zhuowen and Shiji, who had disappeared, Do Hua's eyes flickered. He sighed softly and said, "I hope that Shiji can persuade the master of the divine tomb to open the primordial battlefield this time." Without the Serene Corpse extremis, the chances of success are slim. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, he saw a world of coffins. The Serene Corpse extremis was filled with green mountains and clear waters. The mountains were like coiling dragons, and the mountain ranges were like serpents. Immortal mist filled the air, and waterfalls flowed down. Old trees towered into the sky, and their branches were like mist. Even the arrangement of the coffins was varied. Some coffins were directly embedded in the walls, some were placed on towering trees like bird nests, and some were floating in streams. Zhuowen looked around. Seeing this familiar scene, his heart was filled with fear. His gaze passed through the coffins and finally landed on the plateau-like tomb of the Divine Tomb. He knew very well that it was in the tomb of the Divine Tomb that he was forced to flee for his life by the tomb guards of the true immortal tomb in the east. If it weren't for the first mountain god, he probably would have died. Senior Shurji, there are 4 true immortal tombs and 1 divine tomb in the tomb of the Divine Tomb. The 4 true immortal tombs are all true immortals. Is the one in the tomb of the Divine Tomb really a god? Zhuowen looked at Shurji and asked. Zhuowen had always been very confused about whether the one buried in the tomb of the Divine Tomb was a god. Shurji shook his head and said, I once said that there are no true divine transformation experts in the heavenly armor continent. Even the strongest, Sangjia, is a demigod who is infinitely close to the divine transformation realm. The one in the tomb of the Divine Tomb can only be considered a demigod. However, his injuries were so severe that he had no choice but to bury himself in the Serene Corpse extremis and slowly recover his injuries over the years. Speaking of which, I am actually much luckier than that old friend of mine. Speaking of this, Shurji's face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Obviously, Shurji knew the master of the Divine Tomb. Who is the master of the Divine Tomb? Xiao He landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and asked in a deep voice. Shurji glanced at Xiao He with a complicated look in his eyes. He shook his head and said, I can't tell you this. I have been to the Serene Corpse extremis before. That old friend of mine said that I cannot reveal his identity. This time, I will take you there, and he will give you the 9-soul lotus root. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and said, Senior Shurji, why are you so sure that the master of the Divine Tomb will give me the 9-soul lotus root? Shurji smiled and said, You will know when you get there. With that, Shurji waved his sleeve and immediately wrapped Zhuowen in it. They turned into a long rainbow and flew towards the depths of the Serene Corpse extremis. Shurji's domineering behavior naturally caused a commotion among many old monsters in the Serene Corpse extremis. Powerful divine senses swept out from various treasured lands and landed on Shurji. Humph! Shurji snorted coldly. An even more powerful divine sense gushed out and turned into a large net, blocking all the divine senses that swept out. A true immortal. He is a true immortal. Many surprised divine senses communicated with each other through divine senses. Then, these divine senses slowly withdrew into their respective treasured lands and no longer tried to probe Shurji. Shurji released his powerful divine sense, and the aura of a true immortal. In the sky above the Serene Corpse extremis, he flew unimpeded and quickly flew towards the depths of the Serene Corpse extremis. Soon, he arrived at the center of the Serene Corpse extremis, the huge plateau. At the top of the plateau, white snow covered the plateau as if it was wearing a layer of white gauze. At the center of the plateau stood a huge and magnificent palace. In front of the palace stood a stone tablet that seemed to reach the sky. The surface of the stone tablet was engraved with dense and profound words. At the 4 corners of the plateau, there were 4 huge tombs in the 4 directions of the central palace. Although these tombs were not as magnificent as the central palace, they were much more luxurious and majestic than most of the burial grounds Zhuowen had been to along the way. For huge statues stood in these 4 tombs. These 4 statues faced the central palace and knelt on one knee as if they were worshipping the owner of the tomb of the god of sin. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 4 huge statues. They were the tomb guards of the 4 true immortal tombs. This plateau was the absolute core of the Serene Corpse extremis. It was called the Tomb of the God of Sin. The moment Shurji arrived at the plateau, the 4 tomb guards in front of the tombs of the true immortals in the 4 corners of the tomb of the God of Sin seemed to come alive. They slowly turned their heads and stared coldly at Shurji and Zhuowen. Chapter 1808. Lotus Pool. The 4 tomb guards were all extraordinary. They probably had the strength of a heavenly immortal at the very least. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal realm, he still felt that the 4 tomb guards were difficult to deal with. However, compared to the first time he met the tomb guards, Zhuowen's current state was clearly much better. At the very least, he would not flee in panic like before. The eyes of the Tao soldiers guarding the tombs blazed with fiery light. However, the fiery light was extremely cold, as if it was the dead of winter. Shurji calmly glanced at the 4 tomb guards and said indifferently, "An old friend has come to meet you. Is this how you treat your guest?" As soon as Shurji finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from the huge palace in the center of the plateau. "Shurji, you're here again. Are you here to persuade me again?" Shurji's eyes flickered. He pointed at Zhuowen beside him and said with a smile, "That's right. However, I've also brought this little fellow with me this time." The master of the divine tomb was silent for a moment before he said, "Dongfang, Nangong, Beichen, Shimin, the 4 of you open the restriction and welcome the guest." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 enormous bronze coffins immediately flew out from the tombs at the 4 corners of the plateau. The auras of the 4 bronze coffins were extremely terrifying. It was not difficult to imagine that the people in the 4 bronze coffins were all peerless experts. However, Zhuowen still keenly sensed that although the auras of the 4 bronze coffins were strong, they were still inferior to Shurji, who was beside him. As Shurji had been absorbed too much of his celestial core power by the Luo Yenjing over the past 10,000 years, his cultivation had fallen severely. He had fallen from the peak of the true immortal realm to the intermediate stage of the true immortal realm. The auras of the 4 true immortal coffins were not as strong as Shurji's. They should be at the early stage of the true immortal realm. However, Zhuowen knew that the true immortals in the 4 true immortal tombs were not simple. Moreover, from their names, it could be seen that the masters of the 4 true immortal tombs should be adept at joint attacks. If the 4 early-stage true immortals were to display a joint attack, even Shurji would have a hard time defeating the 4 true immortals. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled sounds were heard. Soon after, Zhuowen saw the lids of the 4 bronze coffins open one after another. 4 figures with terrifying auras emerged from the 4 coffins. In the coffin in the eastern tomb, there was actually a shifty-eyed middle-aged man. Zhuowen had a deep impression of this eastern tomb. Back then, it was this person who had sent the tomb guards to force Zhuowen to flee miserably. Speaking of which, Zhuowen still had some old grudges with this person. Back then, the voice that came from the eastern tomb was extremely solemn. In Zhuowen's impression, it should have been a solemn and dignified person. He didn't expect it to be a wretched middle-aged uncle. This shifty-eyed middle-aged man slowly turned around and grinned at Zhuowen as he said, "Little fellow, we meet again. I truly never imagined that in a short period of over 10 years, your cultivation has actually improved to such an extent. It truly causes one to sigh endlessly with emotion." Zhuowen's eyes flickered, but he did not answer. Instead, he focused on the other three people. In the northern tomb, a woman with long snow-white hair and a cold expression came out. She looked to be about 30 years old, and her body exuded a cold and mature charm. In the western tomb, there was a burly young man with dark skin and a charmingly naive appearance. There was always a smile on his face. In the southern tomb, there was a young man in a white robe with a cloth band on his head. He was dressed like a scholar, and there was an elegant smile on his face. The four people bowed to the tomb of the god of sin from afar. Then they stood at the four corners of the plateau and made complicated seals with their hands. Afterward, Zhuowen found that the white snow on the plateau slowly dissipated, and there were traces of ripples on the surface of the plateau. Zhuowen stared at the powerful formations around the plateau, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Before the four of them made the seals, he had not sensed that there were formations around the plateau at all. It was clear that the formations were extremely profound, so profound that even Zhuowen had failed to notice them. As expected of the tomb of the god of sin, the formations here are so terrifying, so they should be extremely powerful ancient formations, Zhuowen thought. Shiji, come in. The voice of the master of the tomb of the god of sin rang out once more after the formations were opened. Shiji led Zhuowen to the tomb of the god of sin in an instant. Soon after, they arrived before the central palace and said, "Don't you want to consider the matter of the ancient battlefield? I think you also want to know the truth of what happened back then, right?" The master of the tomb of the god of sin fell silent for a moment before saying, "We'll discuss this matter after you enter the hall. You must have brought the little fellow here for another reason, right?" Shiji chuckled and said, "Of course I have another reason. This little fellow's wife has fallen into a deep slumber for various reasons, and her body has collapsed. In order to save his wife, he needs the 9-soul lotus root. I know you have it. The 9-soul lotus root, that's a precious thing that my lord has painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years. How can you give it away just like that?" The shifty-eyed middle-aged man spoke with slight displeasure. Zhuowen cupped his hands deeply towards the hall and said in a deep voice, "Master of the tomb of the god of sin, if you're able to give the 9-soul lotus root to me, I'll definitely remember it for the rest of my life. If the master of the tomb of the god of sin has any requests in the future, I'll definitely not refuse. The 9-soul lotus root is too precious. Little fellow, your appetite is really big." The woman with snow-white hair and a cold expression shook her head. Zhuowen paid no attention to her. He stared fixedly at the enormous palace before him. He knew that only the master of the tomb of the god of sin had the qualifications to decide who the 9-soul lotus root belonged to. The master of the tomb of the god of sin fell silent for a long time before he finally said faintly, "Beichen, take this little fellow into the lotus pond in the palace and give him the 9-soul lotus root." Zhuowen was stunned, and then he revealed an expression of wild joy. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your selfless gift." However, after this wild joy, Zhuowen quickly revealed a puzzled expression. He was puzzled as to why the master of the tomb of the god of sin would agree to give the 9-soul lotus root to him so easily. It wasn't difficult to discern from the conversation between the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and the snow-haired woman that the 9-soul lotus root was extremely precious. Moreover, the master of the tomb of the god of sin wasn't related to him at all. So why did he agree so readily? The corners of Shiji's mouth held a smile, and he wasn't surprised by the master's answer at all. He said to Zhuowen in a low voice, "Zhuowen, I'll go in and discuss the matter of establishing the ancient battlefield with the master of the tomb of the god of sin. You go get the 9-soul lotus root from the lotus pond with Miss Beichen. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji didn't wait for Zhuowen to speak before he took a step forward, and he was like an ethereal shadow that suddenly vanished behind the door. Zhuowen, let me introduce myself first. I'm Beichen Ruoli, and I'm the guardian of the north for my lord. The icy cold woman with snow-white hair arrived before Zhuowen and spoke indifferently. He kid, I'm Dongfang Qinsheng. You should remember me, right? The shifty-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly moved over to Zhuowen's side and patted Zhuowen's shoulder as if they were close friends. Moreover, before Zhuowen could reply, this person pointed at the refined scholar not too far away and said, "That's Nangong Haoren. He's a pedantic scholar who usually likes to show off. The other person is Shimin Fei. Don't be fooled by his simple and honest appearance. He's even more terrifying than any ferocious beast when he's infuriated. Kid, stay away from him." Zhuowen looked helplessly at Dongfang Qinsheng's overly familiar appearance. He wanted to interrupt, but every time he was interrupted, it made him feel rather awkward. "Dongfang Qinsheng, this has nothing to do with you. Go away." Beichen Ruoli's eyes were as cold as ice as she stared at Dongfang Qinsheng. Dongfang Qinsheng, who had been speaking with fervor and assurance, suddenly shuddered. He turned to Beichen Ruoli with a fawning smile and said, "Beichen, don't you see that I'm excited? No one has come here for many years, and I'm about to die of loneliness. If I don't talk to this little brother, I'll be bored to death." "Ha! Then you'll be bored to death. Don't cause trouble for Beichen Ruoli," Nangong Haoren said with a carefree smile. Shimin Fei revealed a simple and honest smile and looked over quietly. He didn't say anything. Dongfang Qinsheng scratched his head and was about to refute Nangong Haoren when Beichen Ruoli said coldly, "Dongfang Qinsheng, if you don't leave, then don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, Beichen Ruoli's long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. A terrifying chill faintly swept out from her body, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze under the influence of this chill. Dongfang Qinsheng's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped aside and muttered, "Are you serious? Can't I be scared of you?" Beichen Ruoli glanced at Dongfang Qinsheng, then said to Zhuowen, "Come with me. I'll take you to the lotus pond to get the 9-soul lotus root you want." After saying that, Beichen Ruoli turned around and entered the main hall. Zhuowen, who was deep in thought, followed closely behind her. After the two of them left, Dongfang Qinsheng, who had been smiling mischievously, turned serious. He said, "Isn't Her Excellency being too nice to this child? Her Excellency has cultivated the 9-soul lotus root for thousands of years. It wasn't easy for her to hasten its maturity. Originally, it was for her own use, but now she's giving it to Zhuowen." Nangong Haoren nodded solemnly. "Her Excellency has recognized this child as the child of destiny. Moreover, the Fushi cauldron is indeed in his possession. As long as it doesn't cross Her Excellency's bottom line, Her Excellency will satisfy this child's request." Dongfang Qinsheng remained silent, but in the end, he sighed softly. The palace was extremely large. Beichen Ruoli led Zhuowen for a full hour before they walked out of the outermost corridor. After passing through several other halls, they finally arrived at a large hall on the left side of the palace. This large hall was made entirely of jade, and a dense immortal qi assaulted their nostrils. Zhuowen revealed an intoxicated expression. In the middle of the hall, there was a large lotus pond. The lotus pond occupied a third of the hall's surface area, and at the edge of the pond stood a jade-colored fence made of jade. Chapter 1809. 9 colored python lotus leaves, and lotuses grew in the lotus pond. Moreover, these lotuses weren't ordinary. They gave off a different kind of charm amidst the dense, immortal qi. They were immortal lotuses, not just immortal lotuses, surrounded by countless lotuses, a unique lotus flower quietly bloomed at the center of the lotus pond. It stood out like a crane among chickens. This lotus flower had a total of 9 petals. Each petal had 9 different colors, and 9 different auras quietly flowed out from it. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that each of the 9 petals of this lotus flower had a palm-sized illusory figure of a young girl. There were a total of 9 illusory figures of young girls. The 9 illusory figures of young girls were all extremely charming and had extraordinary charm. Anyone who looked at them would involuntarily be infatuated with them. This is the 9-soul lotus. Below the roots of this 9-soul lotus is the 9-soul lotus root. Lord has instructed that since you want the 9-soul lotus root, you should enter the lotus pond and obtain it yourself. Beichen Ruoli glanced at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. Soon after, she left the hall and disappeared from Zhuowen's sight in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had naturally sensed the complicated expression that Beichen Ruoli had revealed after she left. Although he was rather puzzled as to why she had revealed such a complicated expression, he knew that it should be related to this lotus pond. The immortal qi contained in this lotus pond is not inferior to the immortal qi in the celestial pool in the primal chaos divine temple. In fact, in a certain sense, it is much denser than the celestial pool. Since the master of the divine tomb has allowed you to enter the lotus pond to obtain the immortal qi, it is likely that he is also allowing you to absorb the immortal qi from the lotus pond. Xiaohe appeared. He stared at the lotus pond before him and continued, "It is also possible that there is some unknown danger in the lotus pond. If you want to obtain the 9-soul lotus root, you must rely on yourself to overcome this danger." Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohe's guess was reasonable. Regardless of whether there was danger in the lotus pond or not, he had to retrieve the 9-soul lotus root. Moreover, the master of the divine tomb was so powerful. If he really wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, Zhuowen leaped into the lotus pond. However, the moment he jumped into the lotus pond, the surrounding lotuses suddenly trembled. Then, the petals around these lotuses slowly fell off. Like hidden weapons, they suddenly flew out and swept towards Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. His right foot stepped repeatedly in the void, quickly dodging the flying petals. After dodging the first wave of petals, Zhuowen's pupils abruptly constricted. This was because he discovered that there were actually an even more terrifying number of petals that swept over. These petals were densely packed and enveloped the entire space of the lotus pond. There was simply no space to dodge. Zhuowen's expression became extremely solemn. He snorted coldly as a strange and invisible ripple of energy spread out from beneath his feet. Then, his figure was like a ghost, as he actually directly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had actually already appeared at the other end of the lotus pond. However, these petals seemed to have developed intelligence as they actually changed directions and flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was ghastly cold. Ripples spread out from beneath his feet once again. His speed was even faster than before, and his entire figure was even more erratic. Swoosh, swoosh. After dodging several times, Zhuowen successfully dodged the countless petals and landed in the air above the 9-soul lotus at the center of the lotus pond. That's Dao insight, right? This kid actually comprehended Dao insight. It's truly rare and commendable. Within the palace, an image floated in the air above Beichen, Ruoli, Dongfang Qinsheng, Nangong Haoren, and Shimen Fei, and this image was the scene of the palace where the lotus pond was located. Earlier, Zhuowen had urged his Dao insight to the extreme, so it naturally fell into the eyes of the 4 of them. Dongfang Qinsheng, who acted as if he was familiar with them, was the first to cry out in surprise. It wasn't just Dongfang Qinxing. The other three also opened their mouths slightly as they stared fixedly at the scene within the lotus pond. The four of them were all old existences that had lived since the ancient times until now, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with Tao insight. Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people that were able to comprehend Tao insight. Most of them were monstrous and extraordinary figures. However, these monstrous figures that had comprehended Tao insight all chose to step into the door of profundity in the end and never came out again. Only a very small number of them were able to resist the temptation of the door of profundity. However, most of these cultivators had only touched upon the level of Tao insight. They might be able to display the power of Tao insight occasionally, but they were still very far away from completely mastering it. However, Zhuowen was different. From the scene of him smoothly dodging the attack of countless petals, it could be seen that the power of Tao insight was used by Zhuowen as if it was an extension of his arm. It was extremely smooth. There was no doubt that Zhuowen had definitely comprehended Tao insight. To be able to comprehend Tao insight, it's no wonder that the Lord values him so much. Even if this kid isn't the child of destiny, just the ability to comprehend Tao insight alone is probably enough for the Lord to value him, right? Beichen Ruoli said in a deep voice. The other three nodded. They had the same thoughts as Beichen Ruoli. After witnessing Zhuowen's ability, their views of Zhuowen had changed. Landing on top of the nine-soul lotus, Zhuowen's eyes became extremely hot. Then he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the nine-soul lotus. Then he pulled hard. Instantly, the nine-soul lotus and its roots were pulled out. However, at the instant he pulled out the nine-soul lotus, a black figure suddenly flashed towards Zhuowen's neck like lightning. A strong sense of danger rose in Zhuowen's mind. Then, without hesitation, he formed a seal with his right hand and used the lone peak of the celestial technique to block in front of him. Bang! 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 The moment the lone peak appeared in front of him, a series of explosive sounds immediately rang out. Then Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying force coming from the lone peak, forcing him to retreat. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He grabbed the nine-soul lotus with his right hand and pulled hard again. This time, he used the power of the Perfection Saint body and finally pulled the nine-soul lotus out of the ground. At the bottom of the nine-soul lotus, there was indeed a large lotus root. The lotus root was divided into 9 segments, and each segment had a different color. It was surprisingly the same color as the 9 petals of the nine-soul lotus. This should be Zhuowen's goal this time, the nine-soul lotus root. After taking out the nine-soul lotus and lotus root, Zhuowen immediately put them into his spirit ring. Then he grabbed the lone peak and retreated, wanting to use this opportunity to leave the lotus pond. Unfortunately, the black shadow suddenly roared, and its voice was filled with anger. As soon as the roar came out, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the lotuses around him had gone berserk. The petals were like the sharpest hidden weapons in the world. They swept over and enveloped Zhuowen's vital points. Block it! Zhuowen did not hesitate to split out his mind-strength doppelganger. The mind-strength doppelganger was wearing a wide black robe. Its eyes were cold. As soon as it appeared, its right hand pointed at the void. Runes swept out from its hand and formed a tortoise-shell-like protective shield around it. Bang! 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 Countless petals swept over and bombarded the tortoise-shell-like protective shield set up by the devouring curse restriction. Countless sparks erupted, but it barely blocked the attack. Boom! As for the lonely peak, not far away, it had reached the point of exhaustion at this moment. It actually collapsed inch by inch, and then a black shadow rushed towards Zhuo Wenzun at an extremely fast speed. Only then did Zhuowen see the true face of the black shadow. The black shadow's body was a python that constantly flashed with 9 colors. Even the python's tongue was in 9 colors. After seeing the 9-colored python, Zhuowen's expression became extremely solemn. This 9-colored python was not simple. It gave him a sense of crisis, so he did not dare to be careless. Slaughtering underworld finger, Zhuowen bent his right hand and pointed his finger. Then countless underworld water droplets gushed out from his body. Then Zhuowen opened the transmission formation that led to the Luo Yanjing and collected all the underworld water droplets of the Qin-Tian tribe. The number of underworld water droplets has exceeded 1 million. When all the underworld water droplets of the Qin-Tian tribe gathered around Zhuowen, Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as the moon. Then he pointed his finger. Suddenly, 1 million underworld water droplets turned into a terrifying underworld stream and swept toward the 9-colored python. Bang! 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 The two collided in an instant. Then, the underworld stream collapsed. However, the moment the underworld stream collapsed, it began to rotate and turned into a circle of reincarnation. Then, it suddenly wrapped around the 9-colored python's neck. Obviously, the 9-colored python did not expect such a sudden change in the underworld stream. It wailed and twisted its body, but it could not break free from the circle of reincarnation. After all, when the number of underworld water droplets reached 1 million, the true power of the slaughtering underworld finger was revealed. Celestial art of asking Buddha. At the moment when the 9-colored python was trapped, Zhuowen used the celestial art of asking Buddha again. His whole body shone with Buddhist light, and a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha condensed in the void behind him. The ancient Buddha shadow stretched out its huge right hand and grabbed the 9-colored python. Then it threw it out of the lotus pond. Bang! The 9-colored python blasted a huge hole in the wall in front of the hall. In the hole, the 9-colored python roared angrily, but it was still alive and kicking. Zhuowen looked surprised, but he didn't stop his attacks. The ancient Buddha's phantom repeatedly used terrifying Buddhist superpowers, which landed on the 9-colored python's body. Even though the 9-colored python's skin was thick and tough, it was inevitable for it to show signs of fatigue after receiving so many attacks while being beaten. Even its skin began to bleed. Buddhist abstinence blade. Zhuowen sat under the Bodhi tree and made a gesture with his right hand. Suddenly, a huge Buddhist abstinence blade condensed in the ancient Buddha shadow's hand. Then he threw it. The sharp blade slashed at the 9-colored python's vital point. Puff. Chapter 1810. Late-stage, earthly, immortal realm. The 9-colored python's vitality was extremely tenacious. After its vital point was cut off by the Buddhist commandment blade, the 2 parts of its body actually twisted and wriggled crazily. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned into a stream of light and swept to the 9-colored python's side. He formed seals with his right hand again and again, using the power of the devouring curse seal to completely seal the 9-colored python in place. As time passed, the 9-colored python trapped in the seal also stopped moving and finally lost its vitality completely. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and released the seal. Then he took out a 9-colored snake gallbladder from the 9-colored python. His eyes flickered. The immortal qi contained in this snake gallbladder is very rich. Zhuowen said with joy in his eyes. This lotus pond is filled with immortal qi all year round. This snake is probably the guardian beast of the 9-soul lotus. It was originally born in this lotus pond. The snake gallbladder probably contains the essence of immortal qi. This thing will have unimaginable benefits for your cultivation. Xiaohe nodded and said. Zhuowen nodded. With his observation skills, he could naturally see that the most precious things in the entire lotus pond were the 9-soul lotus and the 9-soul lotus root. The second most precious thing was the 9-colored python. It could be said that Zhuowen had obtained the best things in the lotus pond this time. I wonder when Senior Shiji will finish discussing with the Lord of the Divine Tomb. After taking out the snake gallbladder, Zhuowen looked around and began to worry about Shiji's safety. Although Shiji was very powerful, he was still barely passable compared to the Lord of the Divine Tomb. In addition, Shiji's cultivation had fallen too much compared to before. If the Lord of the Divine Tomb really wanted to deal with Shiji would probably be powerless to resist. Senior Shiji said that the Lord of the Divine Tomb was his old friend. He should be fine. But who is the Lord of the Divine Tomb? Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He was becoming more and more curious about the identity of the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Since Shiji hasn't returned, it's obvious that they haven't finished discussing. You can now cultivate in this lotus pond for a while. The immortal qi in this lotus pond is even richer than the deity pond. Moreover, the 9-colored python's gallbladder is connected to the 9-soul lotus in your body and contains the essence of immortal qi. It will be of unimaginable benefits for your cultivation, Xiaohe said. Zhuowen nodded. He was absorbing immortal qi for 3 days in the deity pond. He had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage immortal realm and was not far from the late stage immortal realm. Now, the lotus pond was a place with even richer immortal qi than the deity pond. With the addition of the snake gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus, Zhuowen knew that he would be able to successfully advance to the late stage immortal realm. Even Xiaohe couldn't help but sigh at Zhuowen's luck. According to the cultivation method of an ordinary earth immortal, it would take at least 100 years to advance from the middle stage immortal realm to the late stage immortal realm. However, Zhuowen was different. First, he had obtained a great opportunity in the deity pond. Now, he had obtained the 9-colored python's gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus from the lotus pond. It could be said that he had a great fortune. That was why he was able to have another breakthrough in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step with his right foot and rushed to the center of the lotus pond. He pinched the devouring curse seal and formed layers of defensive seals. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out the 9-soul lotus and the 9-colored python's gallbladder. Zhuowen had separated the 9-soul lotus from the 9-soul lotus. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He placed the 9-colored python's gallbladder in the center of the 9-soul lotus. Then, he clearly felt that the entire lotus pond was boiling. The immortal energy around the lotus pond surged wildly and turned into a terrifying whirlpool of immortal energy. The immortal energy whirlpool surged into the 9-colored python's gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus. Then, the 9-colored python's gallbladder slowly floated above the lotus. Kid, refine the 9-colored python's gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus. The immortal energy essence inside will be unimaginably beneficial to you. It's even better than the entire lotus pond, Xiaohe immediately reminded him. Zhuowen didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and spat out the 9 flames of karma. The 9-colored flames wrapped tightly around the 9-colored python's gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus. Time passed second by second. Zhuowen had been sitting in the lotus pond for a whole month. During this month, Shiji had finished his discussion with the master of the divine tomb. However, seeing that Zhuowen was still cultivating in the lotus pond, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he stood outside the hall and waited silently. On this day, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. The 9-colored python's gallbladder and the 9-soul lotus had already disappeared in front of him. Instead, they were replaced by a 9-colored liquid. The 9-colored liquid contained a shocking amount of energy. The energy was extremely concentrated, much more concentrated than the entire lotus pond below. I've finally finished refining it. Next, I'll have to see if this liquid can help me advance to the later stage of the Earth immortal realm. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and sucked, immediately swallowing the 9 flames of karma. The 9-colored liquid wrapped around the 9 flames of karma was also sucked into Zhuowen's mouth, along with the 9 flames of karma. After sucking in the 9-colored liquid, Zhuowen's face flushed red. His entire body was burning as if it was on fire. At the same time, the massive amount of energy contained in the 9-colored liquid circulated around Zhuowen's body and finally gathered in Zhuowen's dantian. Zhuowen endured the pain of the powerful energy attacking his dantian. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were as red as fire. "Charge!" Zhuowen let out a low roar, and then his entire body exploded with a series of explosive sounds. It was as if there were countless bombs buried in his body, and at this moment, they exploded and spread out with a loud bang. A terrifying wave of air suddenly spread out from Zhuowen's body, causing the entire lotus pond to ripple violently. The lotus flowers and leaves were blown away by the wave of air, one after another, bending in all directions. Outside the main hall, Shurji's eyes flashed. He stared at Zhuowen's figure in the lotus pond and said in a low voice, "It seems that this kid has no problem breaking through." As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent aura erupted from the lotus pond. The many lotus flowers and leaves in the lotus pond were crushed into powder by this aura. Waves surged up and immortal chi rolled over. It was a spectacular sight. In the middle of the lotus pond, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly stood up. Countless waves of air flowed up from his feet like a terrifying storm. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. He felt that the power in his body was endless. This power was much stronger than that of a middle-stage earthly immortal. Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed out of the main hall. After Zhuowen left, the originally turbulent lotus pond regained its calm. However, at this moment, the lotus pond was in a mess. "Greetings, Senior Shurji," Zhuowen said respectfully. Shurji sized up Zhuowen with a glance and revealed a look of admiration as he said, "Not bad." Zhuowen looked at Shurji. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, how did your discussion with the Master of the Divine Tomb go?" Shurji looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile he agreed to open up the ancient battlefield. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. There was a trace of expectation in his heart. If this ancient battlefield was really opened up, perhaps he could really find out the truth of the catastrophe. Although Shurji found out the real culprit of the catastrophe from the chaotic divine temple, and it was a real divine transformation realm expert from the starry sky. Where did this divine transformation realm expert go after the war? Whether Tsongjia, the strongest person on the continent, was alive or dead was still a mystery. It was because of these many doubts that Shurji was so enthusiastic about opening up the ancient battlefield. Zhuowen looked hesitant and said, "Senior, you said that the Master of the Divine Tomb is an old friend of yours. Can you reveal the identity of the Master of the Divine Tomb?" Shurji looked deeply at Zhuowen and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to say it, but this old friend doesn't want me to mention his name. He once said that when the time is right, he will naturally let you know his identity." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect the Master of the Divine Tomb to be so secretive about his identity. However, since the Master of the Divine Tomb didn't intend to reveal his identity, Zhuowen wouldn't force him. "Let's leave now," Since the Nether Corpse impasse has agreed to open up the ancient battlefield, the matter of opening up the ancient battlefield has been settled. As Shiji said, that he brought Zhuo out of the palace and directly walked out of the palace. At this moment, Dongfang, Qinsheng, Beichen Ruoli, Shimenfei, and Nangong Haoren were no longer there. Instead, there were 4 Dao soldiers guarding the tombs. They quietly stared at the 2 of them. There was a bronze coffin floating above each of the Dao soldiers guarding the tombs. It seems that the master has agreed to your suggestion. A cold voice came from the northern coffin. It was Beichen Ruoli. Shiji nodded and said, "This matter has been settled. The 2 of us will also take our leave." The 4 coffins didn't answer. Instead, they slowly sank into the tombs of the true immortals. Although they didn't die back then, their injuries were too serious and their lifespans were reduced. It would be a great loss to them if they stayed outside the coffins. If there wasn't anything too serious, they wouldn't come out of the coffins. Previously, the 4 of them had to work together to open the restriction of the divine tomb, so they came out of the coffins for the first time. Shiji cupped his fists at the 4 of them. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Zhuo and turned into a ray of light that left the divine tomb. After Shiji and Zhuo left, Dongfang Qinsheng's voice sounded. "Master, do you really intend to open up the ancient battlefield with the Chaos Temple? It's not like you don't know anything about the ancient battlefield. It's too difficult to find clues there. I've made up my mind. The opening of the ancient battlefield this time has a special meaning. Therefore, I must participate. I have a feeling that the opening of the ancient battlefield this time will be the time to settle the grudges left behind after 10,000 years." The indifferent voice of the divine tomb sounded. Chapter 1811. Ominous when Shiji brought Zhuo back to the primal chaos divine temple, the divine master Do Hua personally welcomed them. After knowing that the master of the divine tomb had agreed to open up the primal battlefield, the smile on Do Hua's face became even wider, and he became even more enthusiastic towards Shiji. In the dark hall, there was a rather large altar. In front of the altar, Old Man Goose stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The blue flames kept floating in the altar, illuminating Old Man Goo's face. It looked extremely strange. Behind Old Man Goo, Zhuo looked rather nervous. He silently looked at Old Man Goo's back. Beside Zhuo stood Shiji, and the divine Master Do Hua also stood in front of the hall. Beside Zhuo, there was a crystal coffin floating quietly. In the crystal coffin, a beautiful face lay peacefully, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. The hall was silent. The 3 of them looked at Old Man Goo. "Little friend, give me the 9-soul lotus root. I need to refine the 9-soul lotus root with the fire in my sea of consciousness. After that, I will reconstruct a physical body for your wife that is compatible with her soul," Old Man Goo suddenly said. Zhuo nodded and handed the 9-soul lotus root to Old Man Goo without hesitation. Old Man Goo looked at the 9-soul lotus root with admiration in his eyes. After that, he directly threw the 9-soul lotus root into the blue flames on the altar. Old Man Goo refined the 9-soul lotus root for a total of 9 days. After that, Zhuo realized that the 9-soul lotus root had the shape of a human skeleton after being refined. Obviously, Old Man Goo was preparing to refine the 9-soul lotus root into a human skeleton. When the skeleton was completely refined, Old Man Goo flicked his finger and took out various precious materials from his spirit ring. Zhuo looked over and realized that most of the materials were warm medicinal herbs. Under Old Man Goo's control, the medicinal herbs turned into balls of medicinal liquid and gathered around the exposed skeleton. They began to squirm around the skeleton. Elder Goo refined it for another 18 days. The bones on the blue flames had long been replaced by a graceful body. However, the body was blood red in color, as if there was no skin. It looked extremely strange. Suddenly, Elder Gu waved his sleeve, and the blue flames on the altar immediately dispersed, turning into 99 blue flames that surrounded the altar. Zhuowen, you are someone close to this woman. The final step requires someone close to her to use your lifespan to form her skin and flesh, completing the final step of forming her body. Are you willing to sacrifice your lifespan to save her? 99 blue flames lingered around the altar like 99 stars. Old Gu's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhuowen and asked indifferently. Shiji and Do Hua were both moved. Although their cultivation had reached the level of saints, and their lifespans were as long as the heavens and earth, it did not mean that the lifespans of saints were endless. There was an end to it. Even the heavens and earth would dry up, let alone saints. Only with sufficient lifespan would one be able to break through to higher realms in the future. Lifespan was sometimes more important than cultivation. It was the foundation of a martial artist. Even for those close to them, very few people would sacrifice their lifespan to save the lives of those close to them. Moreover, Elder Gu had never said that he was absolutely certain that he could save Mu Chenxue. In Shiji and Do Hua's eyes, it was not worth it for Zhuowen to use his lifespan to form her skin and flesh. It's fine if you're unwilling. I still have a method that can completely reconstruct the body. However, I can't guarantee that the body will be compatible with the woman's collapsing soul. Elder Gu glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said with some mockery. Zhuowen gently stared at the woman in the crystal coffin beside him. He said, "You've done far too much for me all this time. It's time for me to do something for you." Zhuowen gently stroked the surface of the crystal coffin. The part he touched was the woman's beautiful face. Although there was a layer of crystal between them, Zhuowen's gentle actions seemed like he was really stroking the woman's face. After that, Zhuowen slowly raised his head and tapped the space between his eyebrows with his right hand. He gathered his lifespan at the tip of his right hand and pointed it at the altar. Milky white lifespan suddenly erupted and surged into the body. However, what Zhuowen did not see was that the eyelids of the woman in the crystal coffin twitched unnoticeably the moment he poured his lifespan into the body. It was as if she wanted to open her eyes as much as she could, but her eyelids were too heavy, and she could not open them. Shiji and Do Hua were rather moved as they looked at the young man who had offered his lifespan without hesitation. Elder Gu even exclaimed in surprise before nodding slightly. The 99 sparks in the surroundings represent 99 days. You must endure for 99 days. If you fail midway, this body will become a complete failure and all your previous efforts will be in vain, Elder Gu said indifferently. Shiji frowned slightly and said coldly, 99 days? That's too long. Even if Zhuowen is an earthly immortal with a long lifespan, 99 days is still a bit of a stretch, right? Elder Gu's eyes flickered as he said, if this kid can endure for 99 days, I will take out a life vitality pill to replenish a portion of Zhuowen's lifespan. Shiji wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhuowen. Senior Shiji, don't worry. I can endure for 99 days. I hope the three of you can wait outside the hall during these 99 days so that I won't be distracted. Shiji didn't say anything when he heard Zhuowen's words. Instead, he waved his sleeve and left the hall. Do Hua nodded at Elder Gu and also left the hall. Soon, only Zhuowen's lonely figure and the crystal coffin that floated beside him remained in the vast and empty hall. Chen Shui will be able to meet very soon. Zhuowen lowered his head and quietly looked at the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin. The smile on the corner of his mouth became gentler, but His face became paler and paler. His skin also became more and more wrinkled. However, what Zhuowen didn't notice was that at the corner of the woman's right eye, an extremely fine crystal teardrop silently slid down. The 99 days quickly passed. Shiji, Elder Gu, and Do Hua pushed open the door and slowly walked in. They saw that the 99 sparks around the altar in the center of the hall had completely disappeared. There was a graceful woman lying on top of the altar. This woman was covered in a thin white veil. Her eyes were slightly closed, and the aura coming from her body was extremely faint. There was a crystal coffin floating under the altar. There was also a woman silently lying inside the crystal coffin. If one looked carefully, this woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman on the altar. Beside the crystal coffin, there was a slightly stooped figure silently standing there. He raised his head and silently stared at the woman on the altar, just like a stone statue. The moment Shiji saw this figure, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. He saw that this figure had white hair and his skin was completely wrinkled. He looked like an 80 to 90-year-old man. From the wrinkled face, one could vaguely see Zhuowen's shadow. Shiji took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. He said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen, are you all right?" Zhuowen slowly turned his head and looked at Shiji. He shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine. It's just that I've exhausted too much of my lifespan." As he spoke, Zhuowen turned his head to look at Elder Gu and said, "Elder, the body has been completely condensed. Shouldn't you save my wife now?" Elder Gu looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. He didn't think that this young man would be willing to sacrifice a large portion of his lifespan just to condense a body that was extremely compatible with his wife's soul. Elder Gu nodded and came to Zhuowen's side. He then took out an elixir from his spirit ring and handed it to Zhuowen. "This is the vitality elixir. It can replenish a portion of your lifespan. Take it first." Zhuowen clasped his hands together and unceremoniously consumed the vitality elixir. Soon after, he felt his entire body become warm. His originally shriveled skin began to become round again, and the bark-like wrinkles gradually disappeared. In a short while, Zhuowen returned to his youthful appearance from an old man in his 70s or 80s. However, Zhuowen knew that this was only his outer appearance. He hadn't recovered much of his lifespan. Your lifespan has been depleted too much. If you want to completely recover, you can only rely on yourself in the future. Or rather, you can make another breakthrough and use the powerful energy you obtain to forcefully recover your lifespan, Elder Gu said with a complicated gaze. Zhuowen casually nodded and said in a deep voice, "Elder, please save my wife first." Elder Gu nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and swept up the body that was floating on the altar before him. After a brief examination, a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. "Open the coffin lid. Next, I need to completely merge your wife's soul with this body. Once it's merged with the body, the rest will be easy," Elder Gu said nonchalantly. Zhuowen did not hesitate. He clapped his right hand and immediately opened the coffin lid. Soon after, the woman in the crystal coffin trembled. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind. Elder Gu's expression turned grave. Soon after, he took out a black hexahedral crystal from his spirit ring. He formed a seal with his right hand, and immediately Mu Qinshue's soul was absorbed by the black crystal. As the soul entered the black crystal, Zhuowen strangely discovered that the black crystal actually emitted a faint black light. However, the moment the black light lit up, a bone-chilling coldness spread out from the black light and spread throughout the hall. Zhuowen could not help but shiver. Elder Gu's expression changed slightly. His gaze became extremely grave and solemn. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "Before this woman was sealed in the crystal coffin, did you use the mysterious crystallized soul to freeze her soul?" Chapter 1812. "Drunk, Senior, is there a problem?" Zhuowen asked rather nervously. Elder Gu frowned and sighed. "There is a problem, and it's a huge problem. Whether it's the body or the soul, it's all about the balance of yin and yang. Once the yin is over, it'll be weak, and once the yang is over, it'll be overflowing. That's the law of nature. The mysterious crystallized soul is an item of extreme yin and extreme coldness. It's indeed very effective for you to use it to prevent this woman's soul from collapsing, but it's also caused an excess of coldness in her soul, causing her soul to be extremely weak. That's because this soul is just too weak. Even though I've fused this soul into this new body, I don't dare to casually save her. That's because this woman's soul could very easily disperse in her current state." Elder Gu shook his head and sighed. He glanced at Zhuowen and continued, "If I had opened this crystal coffin earlier to check on this woman's soul, I would never have accepted the promise of saving her. It's too difficult." Rumble! Zhuowen only felt countless thunderclaps in his head, and then he could not help but stumble back. His face was drained of blood, and his entire body trembled. He never thought that things would develop to such a state. "How confident are you if you were to save her, Senior?" Zhuowen asked reluctantly. Elder Gu said in a deep voice, "If this woman's yin and yang weren't out of balance, I'm 80% confident. Moreover, even if I failed, I could ensure that her soul wouldn't disperse. However, in the current situation, I'm afraid I'm only 10% confident. Moreover, if I fail, this woman's soul will only disperse." Zhuowen took a few steps back, and the sorrow in his eyes grew denser. He said with difficulty, "Is there no other way?" Elder Gu's eyes flickered, and he said, "This woman's soul is actually too weak because of the mysterious crystal ice soul. If you can restore the yin and yang in her soul, it might be possible, but at this point Elder Gu hesitated. Zhuowen hurriedly asked, "But what?" "It's just that things that can balance the yin and yang in the depths of the soul are too rare. I've cultivated for countless years, but I've never seen anything that can balance the yin and yang in the depths of the soul," Old Man Gu said with an ashamed expression. Speaking of which, he had promised Zhuowen that he would treat Mu Qinxue. Now that he had suddenly said that he could not treat her, it was indeed damaging to his reputation. Zhuowen's face was pale. After a long silence, he looked at Elder Gu and said, "Senior, please put my wife's soul into this body first." Old Man Gu nodded and did not say anything. Instead, he placed the black crystal between Mu Qinxue's eyebrows. Then, he formed a series of seals with his right hand. Immediately, the soul contained within the black crystal slowly entered her body. Moreover, as the soul fused with the body, the face of the body was no longer pale. Instead, it appeared to be a lot rosier. Zhuowen silently looked at the woman in front of him. The sorrow in his eyes became more and more intense. With a soft sigh, he closed the crystal coffin again and silently left the hall. "Zhuowen, your wife still has a chance to live. You can't give up so easily. If you can find something that can balance the yin and yang, then your wife can still be saved," Shiji said to Zhuowen's back, as he could not bear to see him leave. Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He did not turn around. He only nodded and left the hall. In the dim loft, Zhuowen silently sat on a cushion. In front of him was a crystal coffin. At this moment, the crystal coffin had already been opened. Zhuowen silently stroked Mu Qinxue's flawless face. The sorrow in his eyes became more and more intense. "Qinxue, I'm useless. I can't cure you. I once swore that I could, but I couldn't do it in the end." Speaking to this point, the bitterness on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. Then he picked up the jug of wine by his feet and drank it all. "Do you know, When I found out that even Gugu was not confident in curing you, how much pain did I feel? I really hate myself for being so useless." Zhuowen hammered his chest over and over again. It was as if he wanted to completely release the bitterness in his heart through this method. Zhuowen drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, without stopping. Gradually, a blush appeared on his cheeks. His eyes became blurred and blank. In the end, he lay on the crystal coffin's lid. At this moment, he was completely drunk. It was also the first time he was completely drunk since he started cultivating. However, he did not notice that when he was drunk, the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin shed a tear once again. Roar. In the primal chaos temple, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. It was like the 9 heavens' profound thunder, rumbling and rousing countless warriors in the primal chaos temple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Warriors flew out from their respective residences. They saw Tao Tai, who was carrying the central palace, walking over step by step. Then it suddenly jumped into the starry sky outside the primal chaos temple. Then Tao Tai suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge black hole appeared in its mouth. Then Tao Tai suddenly pointed its mouth at the area where the primal chaos temple was located. Does Tao Tai want to swallow the primal chaos temple? How can it swallow it? Seeing Tao Tai's actions, many warriors present had strange looks on their faces. The primal chaos temple was extremely large, and it was countless times bigger than Tao Tai. Tao Tai's actions clearly showed that it wanted to swallow the entire primal chaos temple. This made many warriors in the temple puzzled. Boom, boom, boom. The black hole in Tao Tai's mouth continued to expand. In an instant, it covered the entire primal chaos temple. Then, Tao Tai suddenly swallowed, and with the help of the terrifying black hole, it directly swallowed the entire temple. Then, the Tao Tai suddenly dropped down like a meteor, falling toward the Middle Earth. Rumble! The Tao Tai landed in a rather desolate place in the Central Plains. This place was desolate and uninhabited. The moment the Tao Tai landed, a terrifying vibration began to spread out. Soon after, most of the Central Plains felt this terrifying vibration, causing many martial artists to panic. Tao Tai suddenly jumped out of the huge hole. Then he opened his mouth and spat out. The black hole appeared again, and the primal chaos temple slowly appeared in it. Back to the central region. Inside the primal chaos temple, there were many warriors from the Central Plains. Seeing the surrounding environment, they all revealed strange expressions. They really didn't know why Tao Tai had suddenly done this. Suddenly, more than 10 figures flew out of the central palace on Tao Tai's back. The 2 in front were the divine masters, Do Hua and Shi Ji. Behind Do Hua and Shi Ji were Old Gu and the 4 masters of the battlefield. Then there were He Wushang, Ji Wubing, and the other ancestors of the Holy Rune families. At this moment, Do Hua's eyes flickered with excitement. He turned around and cupped his fists to the people behind him. This time, we will have to trouble you to open up the primordial battlefield. Old Gu and I will be in charge of the shattered centipede abyss of the 6 perilous lands. I will be in charge of the Tayin battlefield. When the time comes, send a few people to the Tayin battlefield with me, the master of Tayin said in a low voice. I will be in charge of the sun battlefield. I will be in charge of the primordial battlefield. I will be in charge of the great void battlefield. The master of Tayin, the master of primordial, and the master of Tayin responded one by one. They also chose suitable candidates from the other celestial immortal patriarchs to go to their respective perilous lands. Brother Shur, I will leave the Nether Corpse extremists to you. Do Hua cupped his fists to Shi Ji. Shi Ji nodded. Then he took a deep look at Zhuowen's residence in the Chaos Temple and sighed softly. To ensure Zhuowen's safety, I will go to the Nether Corpse Extremis alone. Do Hua said seriously. Brother Shi, don't worry. With me, Do Hua, here, no one will dare to hurt Zhuowen at all. If anyone dares to hurt Zhuowen, I will issue a celestial murdering order and chase them to the ends of the earth. The master of Taiying, He Wushang, and Wei Wuyin's faces immediately darkened. The celestial murdering order was not simple. Once it was used, the wanted person would become a fugitive. Even they did not dare to face the celestial murdering order. Shi Ji cupped his fists and turned into a long streak of light that shot towards the Nether Corpse Extremis. After Shi Ji left, the Master of Taiying, the Master of Taiying, the Master of Primordial, and the Master of Taiying all brought their chosen patriarchs and headed towards the 4 battlefields. Let's go too. I'm looking forward to the primordial battlefield this time. Do Hua's eyes burned with passion. He and Patriarch Gu also disappeared. After Do Hua and the others left, a tall figure stood quietly on a roof in the Chaos Temple. The primordial battlefield is about to open. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to the primordial battlefield this time. The person yawned lazily. Then he summoned a green Qilin and silently left the range of the Chaos Temple. Even though the restrictions around the Chaos Temple were powerful, they were nothing in front of this person. Not long after this person left, a beautiful figure slowly landed on the roof where this person was. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions and hatred. She muttered in a low voice, "Yang Yi, are you really so heartless? You used my relationship with the Patriarch to obtain the spinning thorn sacred symbol through despicable means. Do you think I wouldn't know it was you just because you covered your face back then? I sensed the aura of the spiral stab sacred rune on your body the moment I saw you. You can't hide from me." Swoosh! As soon as the woman finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind her. It was aimed at her back, as if it was going to kill her. The woman's face changed drastically. She stomped her foot on the ground and dodged the attack like a ghost. However, the moment the woman dodged the piercing sound, a black vortex silently swept out like a needle and directly pierced through the woman's right thigh. Ah! The woman screamed and immediately fell to the ground. Her right thigh was covered in blood, and she looked miserable. What a foolish woman. If you had pretended that you didn't know anything, you might have been able to keep your life. Unfortunately, you're too difficult to tame. It's troublesome to keep you alive. Chapter 1813. Beware of Yang Yi. The black-veiled woman stared coldly at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, I trusted you too much back then. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. This is the chaotic divine temple. I don't believe you dare to kill me." Yang Yi sneered and said, "This place has been enveloped by the power of the spinning thorn saint rune. Ordinary people can't detect it. Go ahead." Yang Yi showed no mercy. He pointed with his right hand, and the space around the black-veiled woman suddenly distorted and began to collapse. Yang Yi was too strong. Situ Nianue was no match for him. The moment the space distorted, blood mist burst out of her body. Her pretty face was pale and bloodless. Yang Yi, the spinning stab saint rune belongs to the spinning stab family. You're an outsider, so how much power can you unleash? Today, I'll use my blood to seal the power of your rune. Situ Nianue's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Then her hands kept forming seals. The essence blood turned into an imperceptible blood needle and shot towards the spinning thorn saint rune. Humph! Yang Yi snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand to grab the blood needle. He could feel that the blood needle wasn't ordinary. If it really touched the spinning thorn Saint Rune, it might really be troublesome. You won't succeed. Situ was like a moth darting into a flame. She appeared in front of the blood needle in an instant and immediately detonated her Yuan spirit. Rumble! The terrifying power of the Yuan spirit explosion spread out, causing Yang Yi's pupils to shrink. He didn't expect Situ to be so decisive and choose to detonate her Yuan spirit. Yang Yi had no choice but to take a few steps back. Immortal Yuan gushed out of his right hand, and he said, "Immortal art, infinite void." Suddenly, the area where the Yuan spirit was detonated was isolated, forming an oval independent void. The explosion continued to erupt in this independent void. It was precisely because of this delay that Yang Yi missed the opportunity to intercept the blood needle. The blood needle plunged into the huge whirlpool barrier formed by the spiral stab, holy runes. Then, the barrier collapsed one after another and turned back into a talisman. However, there was a drop of blood on the talisman. It wasn't obvious, but it made Yang Yi's face turn gloomy. He found that as the blood stained the spinning thorn Saint Rune, he had a feeling that he had lost control of the spinning thorn Saint Rune. She's going to bite me even before she dies. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, but then he shook his head and left this place with waning interest. It was so quiet that no one noticed him. In the gloomy attic, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the window and looked in the direction of Yang Yi and Situ Ninyue. Just now, the primordial origin in his body had faintly trembled. He knew that only a Saint Rune could cause the origin to tremble. Zhuowen patted his forehead and looked at the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin. He murmured, "I'll only get drunk this time. Chun Shui, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll definitely cure you. Wait for me, okay?" Zhuowen put the crystal coffin into his spirit ring. At the same time, he took out Wei Rui's Yuan spirit. His eyes were like lightning. He reached out with his right hand and immediately extracted the origin of the beast envoy Saint Rune from the Yuan spirit. Zhuowen's right hand touched the space between his eyebrows and took out the talisman that contained the primordial source. This talisman was the combination of 3 talismans. Therefore, Zhuowen had temporarily named it the primordial talisman. After the primitive talisman absorbed a trace of the beast envoy Saint talisman's origin energy, its aura had clearly strengthened quite a bit. The origin energy emitted by the primitive talisman made Zhuowen feel refreshed. Since the celestial Saint Master was unable to cure Chun Shui, perhaps the legendary divine transformation realm cultivator has a way to cure Chun Shui's soul. Moreover, if I can reach the divine transformation realm and obtain the star plate that the old Taoist mentioned, I'll be able to travel through the starry sky. The starry sky is so vast, I don't believe that there isn't a medicine that can balance the yin and yang. Zhuowen's eyes sparkled. The disheartened feeling in his heart had completely disappeared in this moment. He knew that at least Chun Shui did not have any hope. As long as there was a trace of hope, he, Zhuowen, would not give up. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed a handkerchief by the window. This handkerchief was very unremarkable. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's sharp senses, he would not have noticed this handkerchief. Of course, the reason why he noticed this handkerchief was mainly because it faintly emitted a familiar aura. Picking up the handkerchief, this aura hit him in the face, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow. This aura was not unfamiliar to him. It was the aura of Situ Ninyue that he had noticed before. With Situ Ninyue's cultivation, it is impossible for her to silently place this item by the window. She should have placed it here after I was drunk. But why did she place it here? Zhuowen silently looked at the handkerchief in his hand. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Following that, He used the Origin Talisman's power to sweep across the handkerchief. Following that, a line of sparkling words appeared on the handkerchief. Staring at this line of words, Zhuowen's body trembled. He muttered in a low voice, "Be careful of Yang Yi. It seems that Situ Nianyue really does know Yang Yi. I have to ask Situ Nianyue face to face. What secret does she know about Yang Yi?" With that, Zhuowen disappeared from the attic. Following his memory, he came to the attic where Situ Nianyue was. However, he found that Situ Nianyue was not in the attic, and the Chaos Temple was nowhere to be seen. Following that, Zhuowen went to look for Yang Yi, but he found that Yang Yi was also not in the Chaos Temple. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He increasingly felt that Yang Yi was a little strange. Coupled with Situ Nianyue's reminder and Jian Mu's current state of being a living dead, Yang Yi was extremely suspicious. "My lord, Jian Mu has woken up. Do you want to enter the Azure Dragon Hall to take a look?" Suddenly, Long Tian's voice rang in his mind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He returned to his attic and entered the Azure Dragon Hall's Azure Dragon Square. Long Tian stood quietly on the side of the square. Beside him, Jian Mu was heavily bound. Jian Mu's strength was terrifying. If he wasn't bound, Long Tian wouldn't be able to stop him if he went crazy again, let alone guard him. At this moment, Jian Mu was constantly shaking his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. Soon he saw Zhuowen. His eyes lit up as he said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen?" Zhuowen came to Jian Mu's side and carefully observed his condition. He found that Jian Mu didn't seem to be in disguise. He removed many of the shackles on Jian Mu's body and muttered, "Brother Jian Mu, do you still remember what happened to you?" Jian Mu's eyes were filled with confusion. He subconsciously shook his head. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He took out a bead. The surface of the bead emitted light. Then an image appeared. The image was of Jian Mu, who was wearing a ghost mask, chasing after Zhuowen in the shattered nightmare abyss. When Zhuowen removed the ghost mask and revealed Jian Mu's face, the image came to an abrupt end. How is this possible? How could I do such a thing? Also, when did my cultivation base become so strong? Jian Mu quickly noticed his powerful cultivation base. He could not help but reveal a look of shock. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He said in a deep voice, "What happened when you followed Yang Yi to the Central Plains?" Jian Mu was silent. He sighed and said, "When I first came to the Central Plains, senior brother Yang Yi took good care of me. Later, he asked me if I wanted to have more power. At that time, I indeed longed for power, so I agreed without hesitation. Then, senior brother Yang Yi knocked me out. After that, I lost consciousness. I only woke up now." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. Jian Mu's words didn't seem to be false. Then, all the problems lay with Yang Yi. That Yang Yi is definitely the one who framed you with the ghost mask. If I'm not wrong, Yang Yi's goal is the sacred symbol. Xiao He said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Zhuowen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. However, his eyes were extremely cold. Yang Yi was really scheming. He actually hid it from Zhuowen for so long. It was hard for Zhuowen to imagine that not long ago, Yang Yi was still chatting and laughing with him. How could he have imagined that the person who was chatting and laughing with him was the murderer who wanted to kill him? It would be great if Senior Shiji or the Divine Master Douhua were here. I could use their power to find out Yang Yi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Zhuowen shook his head. When he walked out of the attic, he had heard that Douhua had left the chaotic temple with the 4 battlefield masters, Shiji, and more than 10 ancestor-level experts. They were all heading towards the 6 danger zones. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He said a few words to Jianmu and left the Azure Dragon Hall. Walking out of the pavilion, Zhuowen looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the horizon ahead, an incomparably vast and enormous independent small world was suddenly flying towards them. Taking a closer look, this independent small world was in the shape of a huge abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was a terrifying fragment continent that stretched as far as the eye could see, the shattered nightmare abyss. Zhuowen stared blankly at this scene. Wasn't this independent small world one of the 6 danger zones, the shattered nightmare abyss? In front of the shattered nightmare abyss, Do Hua and Elder Gu moved hundreds of thousands of miles with each step. They carried the huge shattered nightmare abyss and walked towards the desolate place where the chaotic temple was located. Rumble! The moment the shattered nightmare abyss flew over, Zhuowen discovered that there were also 4 long rainbows slowly flying over from 4 other directions in the sky. Looking at it from afar, the true appearance of these 4 rainbows was actually 4 small worlds. Within these small worlds were 4 extremely vast battlefields. Chapter 1814. Ancient Battlefield Phantom. When the masters of the 4 battlefields moved the Lunar Battlefield, Solar Battlefield, Primeval Battlefield, and Great Void Battlefield over, they all nodded at Do Hua. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Central Plains were shocked. They all looked up at the sky and stared blankly at the 5 danger zones that were surrounded by 5 small worlds. The shattered nightmare abyss, the lunar battlefield, the solar battlefield, the ancient battlefield, and the great void battlefield. 5 of the 6 danger zones in the Central Plains have been forcefully removed. What is the Chaos Temple planning to do? Countless warriors in the central region were horrified. Only the leaders of some powerful forces with high positions could vaguely guess the intention of the Chaos Temple. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Now, only the Nether Corp's forbidden ground is left. Master God, do you think Shiji will go back on his word? Above the shattered nightmare abyss, Elder Gu asked worriedly, He, isn't Zhuowen Shiji's disciple? If Shiji really does go back on his word, then how about I deal with Zhuowen? The master of Tain said ambiguously. Do Hua's eyes flashed. He didn't answer the master of Tain's question directly. Instead, he said calmly, let's wait a little longer. The Nether Corp's forbidden ground isn't simple. After all, it's the most mysterious of the 6 danger zones. Hearing this, the master of Tain's eyes narrowed. However, he couldn't say anything. About 2 hours later, the entire Central Plains began to tremble violently. The trembling became more and more intense. It was as if something was crawling out from the depths of the ground. Feeling the trembling, Do Hua's eyes flashed. He stared at the ground below him. Rumble! On the other side of the desolate land from the Chaos Temple, the ground began to collapse horribly. Furthermore, it formed a terrifyingly huge black hole. Within the black hole, a huge spherical barrier slowly rose from the depths of the black hole. Upon closer inspection, there was a small world within the barrier. The small world was like a fairyland, with tall mountains, flowing rivers, and waterfalls. Around these beautiful landscapes, coffins could be clearly seen. There were also many places with good feng shui, and their auras were like dragons. The most eye-catching part of the boundary was a huge palace in the center. This palace was the mausoleum of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, and it was surrounded by 4 immortal tombs. After the Nether Corp's extremis was enveloped by a barrier and slowly emerged from the ground, numerous gazes converged onto it, especially Do Hua, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and the other heavenly immortal realm experts. All of their gazes revealed a wisp of terror. The moment the Dark Corp's forbidden ground appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura that far surpassed that of the 4 battlefields and the shattered nightmare abyss. Countless beings in the central plains prostrated themselves before this aura, trembling in fear, as expected of the most mysterious danger zone among the 6 great danger zones. The aura of the nether corpse extremity is so powerful and terrifying. Do Hwa's eyes were bright. He knew very well that with the help of the nether corpse extremity, the opening of the primordial battlefield would be much easier. Ji stood quietly above the palace in the nether corpse extremity. He looked up at Do Hwa in the sky and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Shi, and the Lord of the Divine Tomb, for your help. If the opening of the primordial battlefield is successful, the 2 of you can be said to have contributed greatly." Do Hwa laughed heartily. Ji smiled and said, "We're just taking what we need. Let's cut the crap. Since the 6 great danger zones have been gathered, let's start opening the primordial battlefield with the 6 great danger zones." A faint voice came from the divine tomb. It was like the sound of an empty valley. The instant it filled everyone's ears, everyone fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Apart from Do Hwa, Elder Gu, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and other experts above the true immortal realm, the 12 or so heavenly immortal realm experts, and other cultivators fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Although it was only for a moment, if someone beside them had evil intentions, it was enough to seriously injure them and kill them. After coming back to their senses, everyone, including Do Hwa and the 4 lords of the battlefield, revealed a look of fear. In particular, Do Hwa stared at the huge palace in the nether corpse extremity with an extremely strong look of fear in his eyes. Although he was not absent-minded because of the voice, just now, he was still in a trance for a moment. Just the voice alone could make him feel a little absent-minded. Then, what if the Lord of the Divine Tomb came out? Wouldn't he be able to completely crush him? It seems that this person is really likely to be a demigod who survived the primordial age. I just don't know who it is. Do Hwa frowned slightly. The ancient books of the Primal Chaos Temple recorded that in the primordial age, apart from the strongest Sangja, there were 2 other demigods. These 2 demigods were Zhan Bai and Chao Yu. Both of them were illustrious figures, but Do Hwa did not know which of the 3 was buried in the divine tomb. Moreover, he also knew that to be able to survive that tragic battle, his internal injuries must have reached an extremely terrifying level. This was the main reason why the Lord of the Divine Tomb had been buried in the nether corpse extremity all this time. If the thing mentioned in the ancient books is true, perhaps I can really completely transcend this continent. Neither Ji nor the Lord of the Divine Tomb can compete with me. A cold look flashed across Do Hwa's eyes, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "The Lord of the Divine Tomb is right. Now, let's start opening the primordial battlefield. I hope the Lord of the Divine Tomb can extract the origin source of the nether corpse extremity." The 6 danger zones were formed when the primordial battlefield fell apart. Only by combining the origin source of the primordial battlefield can the primordial battlefield be successfully opened. Okay. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was straightforward. After he finished speaking, a blazing white light burst out from the palace and flew into the sky. "Sorry to trouble you 4. Do Hwa turned around and cupped his fist towards the lords of the 4 great battlefields. The lords of the 4 great battlefields controlled the lifelines of the 4 great battlefields, so they naturally controlled the origins of the 4 great battlefields. The lords of Taiying, Taiyang, Archaic, and Taishu all nodded. They then formed hand seals and used their great abilities to extract the origins of the 4 great battlefields. After the origins of the nether corpse extremity rose, for similar balls of white light burst out from the 4 great battlefields. However, these 4 balls of white light were much smaller than the one in the nether corpse extremity. The 5 balls of white light were filled with an extremely strange power. Many cultivators could not see what was hidden in the 5 balls of white light. However, Zhuowen was able to see it. The 4 Saint Talisman origins in his Sea of Consciousness were the primordial origins, which made Zhuowen's eyes extremely bright as he saw through the 5 origins. Those are hands, feet, and bodies? Zhuowen was surprised when he saw what was hidden in the 5 balls of origins. He discovered that the 4 balls of origins that burst out from the 4 great battlefields were actually hiding hands and feet. The balls of origins that burst out from the nether corpse extremity contained a huge body floating in the air. The moment Zhuowen saw the hands, feet, and body, he immediately thought of the strange head that Dohua and Elder Gu had taken away in the shattered elephant abyss. Could it be that the hands, feet, and body were all part of the white-haired head? Then what was the true identity of the white-haired head? Zhuowen's gaze immediately fell on Dohua and Elder Gu. Elder Gu, Dohua said to Old Gu, who was beside him. Old Gu nodded and flicked his finger. Another ball of white light rose up. However, in this ball of white light, there was no one. Zhuowen's gaze swept over and landed on the ball of white light. Sure enough, he saw the white-haired head that Dohua and Elder Gu had taken away. At this moment, the white-haired head's eyes were extremely cold and filled with anger. He was muttering something, probably cursing something. However, the ball of white light had a soundproof effect, so the white-haired head's voice couldn't be heard. The 6 balls of white light rose to the highest point in the sky and began to slowly approach each other. When the 6 balls of light finally fused together, a vast aura spread across the central plains like a torrential rain. This aura was very terrifying. It was like Mount Tai that pressed down on countless living beings in the central plains, causing many weak people to involuntarily kneel on the ground. In the eyes of others, the 6 white balls of light were slowly fusing together. However, in Zhuowen's eyes, the severed arms, legs, body, and head in the white balls of light were slowly fusing together as if they were piecing together building blocks. However, when the white-haired man's body was completely pieced together, extremely powerful white chains suddenly swept out from the surrounding balls of light. The white chains were divided into 6 parts, tightly binding the white-haired man's neck, hands, feet, and body. After the white chain trapped the white-haired man, the man's eyes became more and more angry. He muttered something as if he was cursing something. The white chain began to squirm as if it was absorbing the white-haired man's power. As the white chains continued to absorb the white-haired man's energy, a terrifying white light pillar condensed above the ball of white light. The white light pillar rushed to the end of the sky. Then the white brilliance dissipated in all directions. It was like thin white lines that spread across the entire sky. At this moment, the sky of the Central Plains, or rather, the sky of the entire heavenly armor continent, was filled with white lines. These white lines continued to squirm and spread. When they reached the end of the sky of the heavenly armor continent, they stopped. Then, these lines began to condense crazily. This crazy condensation lasted for half a day. Then, a huge illusory continent appeared in the sky above the heavenly armor continent. This illusory continent was very large. It was in ruins and was in a mess, as if it was a battlefield after a great battle. Corpses could be seen everywhere, piled up like mountains. All kinds of broken weapons stood in this battlefield. There were so many of them that they stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 1815. Opening Upshur Ji's eyes flickered. He stared at the shadow of the continent suspended under the starry sky with excitement. But very quickly, his gaze fell on the ball of light below the continent, and he said in a deep voice, "Wouldn't it be inappropriate to use Ganji's star god power to recreate the ancient battlefield? After all, This guy was the source of the disaster back then. The Lord of the Tomb God was silent for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, "Back then, Lord Tsangjet led all the sages of the heavenly armor continent and gathered everyone's strength. He sacrificed the energy of the heavenly armor star, which was the most important energy source of the heavenly armor continent, and sealed Ganji's power completely. Even if Gangu escaped, his strength is only at the level of a demigod. The reason why I agreed to open up the ancient battlefield is to find Lord Tsangjia's trace. I don't believe he is dead. I have a hunch that he is in the ancient battlefield. As long as we can find Lord Tsangja with his strength and courage, he will definitely be able to rejuvenate the heavenly armor continent." Ji fell silent. He stared at the shadow of the continent in the sky and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything more. Now it's time to materialize the ancient battlefield, right?" The Lord of the Tomb God responded faintly. Immediately, the boundary around the Nether Corpse impasse shattered. Then, the coffins in the Nether Corpse impasse all flew out. They were densely packed together by the Lord of the Tomb God. The densely packed coffins floated in the sky. The aura that erupted from them was extremely terrifying. The weakest among them was an earthly immortal, while the strongest had reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm and was only half a step away from the genuine immortal realm. However, the owners of these coffins were all seriously injured 10,000 years ago. They were allowed to be buried in the Nether Corpse impasse under the protection of the Lord of the Tomb God. It could be said that they were greatly indebted to the Lord of the Tomb God. You have stayed in the Nether Corpse impasse for long enough. Next, I will use the Nether Corpse impasse to open up the ancient battlefield. Offer half of your lifespan, or you will die." The Lord of the Tomb God said impolitely, "My lord, after we offer half of our lifespan, can we also enter the ancient battlefield? We were originally on the verge of death. It was not easy for us to accumulate some lifespan. Time without the Nether Corpse impasse, we could not break through in this time, and without the Nether Corpse impasse, we will not live for long. A square black coffin's black coffin. Square black coffin coffin. Square coffin coffin realm. The coffin was a genuine immortal realm. The owner of this coffin was immortal quas realm was realm immortal. The 10 great corpse kings are very famous in the Nether Corpse impasse. They are the 10 strongest coffins in the Tomb God region. At the same time, they occupy the 10 best feng shui treasured lands in the Nether Corpse impasse. All of them are heavenly immortals. While Zhuowen was puzzled by the 10 great corpse kings, a clear voice came from behind him. Yuan Hongwen and Ji Chenyan were walking side by side. This was especially so for Yuan Hongwen. The instant he met Zhuo Wen's gaze, an extremely terrifying fighting spirit burst forth from his eyes. Zhuo Wen had a bitter expression when he felt Yuan Hongwen's battle intent. Yuan Hongwen wasn't a bad person. He was just a little arrogant. Ever since he had lost to Zhuo Wen, Yuan Hongwen would reveal his battle intent every time they met in the Chaos Temple. This gave Zhuo Wen a headache. "Miss Ji, Brother Yuan." Zhuo Wen cupped his fists. Ji Chenyan covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Zhuo Wen from head to toe and found that she could no longer see through Zhuo Wen. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Late earthly immortal realm. Zhuo Wen, your cultivation is advancing really fast." Yuan Hongwen also looked at Zhuo Wen and could not help but praise him. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She looked at Zhuo Wen with a complicated expression. When she first met Zhuo Wen, she remembered that Zhuo Wen was only a half immortal. How long had it been since then? It was unbelievable that he had broken through again. Brother Yuan is not bad. Judging from your aura, you are not far away from becoming a heavenly immortal. Zhuowen replied politely. Yuan Hongwen smiled faintly. Then he looked at the black, square coffin in the sky and said, "After entering the antiquity battlefield, let's fight again. I was not willing to accept my defeat." Zhuowen smiled and said, "When the time comes, I will accompany you at any time." As he spoke, Zhuowen looked at Ji Qinyan and asked, "Miss Ji, can you tell me the origin of the 10 Corpse Kings?" Ji Qinyan shook her head and said, "I don't know the origin of the 10 Corpse Kings. I only know that the 10 Corpse Kings are called by the other corpses in the Serene Corpse Desolate Grounds. The one in the black square coffin is the first Corpse King, the leader of the 10 Corpse Kings." Zhuowen nodded. He looked at the 10 coffins with a solemn expression. The 10 Corpse Kings were not simple. Their combat strength was not weaker than the Saint Talisman clan's ancestor. In a sense, the 10 Corpse Kings gave him a stronger sense of danger than the Saint Talisman clan's ancestor. The Lord of the Divine Tomb pondered for a moment and said to Do Hua, "Give me another 10 spots." Do Hua's eyes flickered as he nodded. He took out the ancient boulder and said, 10 Corpse Kings. Engrave your names on this ancient boulder. Then you will be qualified to enter the primordial battlefield as the first batch." Clang! The 10 Corpse Kings did not hesitate. They opened the coffin lids and stretched out their skinny hands. They pointed at the void and carved their names into the boulder. Then the coffin lids closed. Do Hua put away the boulder and said indifferently, "As for the others, I need to find a suitable passage in the antiquity battlefield. When the time comes, the passage to the antiquity battlefield will be opened. At that time, everyone will be qualified to enter the antiquity battlefield." Although Do Hua's words caused the other coffin lords to be dissatisfied, no one refuted. Whether it was Do Hua, the Lord of the Divine Tomb, or the 4 lords of the antiquity battlefield, they were all true immortal experts. They could not afford to offend such experts. To put it bluntly, a true immortal expert could kill most of them with a flip of his hand. Offer half of your lifespan. The Lord of the Divine Tomb continued. The 10 Corpse Kings fell silent for a moment. Then they offered half of their lifespan and rushed into the Divine Tomb. Following the example of the 10 Corpse Kings, the other coffin lords had no choice but to offer half of their lifespan. After offering their lifespan, the coffin lords turned into streaks of light and left this place. They planned to find a place with dense yin qi in the central region as a temporary resting place while waiting for the passage to the antiquity battlefield to open. After all, they were not fated to be the first batch to enter the antiquity battlefield. Moreover, the yang qi here was too strong. It was not beneficial to them. "Let's start opening the antiquity battlefield." Do Hua said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum responded. And then the snow-capped plateau of the Divine Mausoleum that stood in the center of the Nether Corpse Extremis all year round suddenly separated from the Nether Corpse Extremis. Then, under the control of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, it flew towards the ancient battlefield phantom above. Then, the 4 lords of the antiquity battlefield sent the 4 battlefields into the sky. Finally, it was the shattered centipede abyss behind Do Hua and Elder Gu. When the 6 danger zones gathered in the antiquity battlefield, they began to attract each other like magnets. Moreover, the surfaces of the 6 danger zones began to squirm and fuse together in the deepest part of the shattered centipede abyss. A behemoth was lying quietly amidst the endless black mist. This behemoth was shaped like a whale, and the water spouts on its back were spewing out endless black mist, covering the behemoth's body. Zhuowen was no stranger to this behemoth. It was the Luo Yen whale that he had mistakenly entered. In the depths of the Luo Yen whale, a masked woman wearing a black veil slowly opened her eyes. She felt the entire shattered centipede abyss trembling. It seems that the antiquity battlefield is about to be opened. I have to hurry up and completely refine the center of the Luo Yen whale. Only then can I go out and help Zhuowen, she muttered. The woman softly muttered. Soon after, she continued to sit cross-legged, as though she was cultivating something. The 6 danger zones constantly wriggled and fused together before finally fusing together. However, the moment the 6 danger zones fused together, they wriggled even faster. In the end, they turned into a fragmented continent that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. This fragment of a continent was suspended below the antiquity battlefield phantom. Then, the white lines that formed the antiquity battlefield phantom suddenly went crazy and gathered in this fragment of a continent hundreds of thousands of miles large. In an instant, this fragment of a continent was wrapped in countless white lights. On the surface of the continent, there were many runes squirming like ancient restrictions. The central palace of your chaotic divine temple was refined by Lord Tsangjia. The origin of the sky worm should be suppressed in the central palace, right? You should also suppress Gangu in your central palace. It will be safer this way, the Lord of the Divine Tomb suddenly said to Dou Hua. Dou Hua glanced at the Lord of the Divine Tomb and nodded. Then Tao Tai, who was carrying the central palace, jumped up and swept to the light cluster suspended in the sky. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the light cluster. Finally, the black hole appeared again and swallowed the light cluster. The 99 chaotic war gods and the Taoist friends that I have personally appointed follow me to the transmission continent. Without this transmission continent, it will be difficult for you to enter the antiquity battlefield, Dou Hua said loudly. Then he swept to the top of the central palace. Then Tao Tai under the central palace stepped on the air and rushed to the continent that was emitting a terrifying white light. Chapter 1816. The War of the Heavenly Gods. Let's go. The 10 corpse kings said coldly as they turned into 10 streaks of black light and shot into the sky. Young Master Zhua, Chenyan will be leaving with the ancestor. Chenyan bowed to Zhuowen and was taken away by the ancestor of the eternity family, Ji Wubbing. We'll meet in the primordial battlefield. Yuan Hongwen took a deep look at Zhuowen, and a black hole appeared beside him. He then disappeared into the black hole, and Yuan Hongwen's figure appeared above the central divine palace in the sky. Zhuowen, come up. A gentle voice drifted over. A vast plateau appeared above Zhuowen. Sure, Ji smiled at Zhuowen from the top of the divine mausoleum. Zhuowen nodded. He jumped up and landed beside Ji on the palace. At the same time, the other 99 primal chaos war gods were sent to the teleportation continent by their respective elders. Zhuowen bowed to Bai Qing, Xue Hui, and Old Man Zhu Shang in the primal chaos divine temple. Then he looked at the teleportation continent above. It's a pity that we weren't chosen as primal chaos war gods. Otherwise, we could go to the primordial battlefield to broaden our horizons. Old Man Zhu Shang sighed. Xue Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't be delusional. Those who can become primal chaos war gods are at least mid-stage earthly immortals. The gap between us is huge. We can only wait for the Divine Master to open the passage to the primordial battlefield. Bai Qing was silent for a moment and said, My lords, I plan to return to the Green Lotus Mansion. Would you like to come with me? Xue Hui and Old Man Zhu Shang looked at each other and nodded. Then, the three of them left the place. Senior Shiji, you seem to be hiding a lot of things from me. The primordial battlefield isn't in the heavenly armor continent, right? Zhuowen looked at the teleportation continent for a while and suddenly turned his head to look at Shurji. Shurji glanced at Zhuowen and sighed. Since we're about to head to the ancient battlefield, I won't hide it any longer. I wanted to tell you about this back then, but the Abyss Holy Dragon stopped me, so I didn't have to say it so soon. Now that the time is right, it should be fine, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light flashed out from between Zhuowen's brows and transformed into the appearance of a little black dog. It glanced at Shurji before looking at Zhuowen and saying, "Zhuowen, there are indeed some things that I asked Shurji to help conceal. You won't blame me, right?" Zhuowen shook his head. He knew that Xiao He must have his own reasons for doing so. "Now that the time is right, you should be able to tell me everything that happened 10,000 years ago, right? And isn't the primordial battlefield in the heavenly armor continent?" Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Shurji nodded. "Of course. When we enter the primordial battlefield this time, I will tell you even if you don't ask." After a pause, Shurji said in a low voice, "As for the primordial battlefield, it's indeed not in the heavenly armor continent. It's in the heavenly armor planet, which is even larger than the heavenly armor continent." Heavenly armor planet. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He could not help but recall that Earth in his previous life was also a planet. The heavenly armor planet is much larger than the heavenly armor continent, and the two are related. In other words, the heavenly armor continent is a unique continent derived from the heavenly armor planet. This continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, and also a continent that surpasses the heavenly armor planet. On the heavenly armor planet, there are more humans than on the heavenly armor continent. However, these humans are all mortals without any martial arts aptitude. The warriors with martial arts aptitude are all on the heavenly armor continent. I can't explain this phenomenon. I can only attribute it to the uniqueness of the heavenly armor continent. Therefore, the humans born on the heavenly armor continent more or less have martial arts talent and have embarked on the path of martial arts. As for the existence of the heavenly armor continent, the mortals on the heavenly armor planet basically don't know about it. However, because the heavenly armor continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, the immortal qi from 10,000 years ago and the yuan qi that has degenerated from the immortal qi are all provided by the heavenly armor planet. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt as if countless thunderbolts were roaring in his head. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Shurji. In a low voice, he said, "Senior, are you saying that the primordial battlefield is on the heavenly armor planet?" At this moment, Zhuowen's emotions were extremely turbulent. He did not expect the heavenly armor continent to be the companion of the heavenly armor planet. At the same time, he recalled the middle-aged man who was flying on a sword when his consciousness entered Earth. The middle-aged man had once said that Earth was called the Huaxia continent. In other words, the middle-aged man was not talking about Earth, but the companion of Earth. Since the heavenly armor planet could give birth to a companion like the heavenly armor continent, it was probably the same for Earth. It could also give birth to a continent that was comparable to the Jade, heavenly armor continent. And this continent was called the Huaxia continent. Planets and continents were equivalent to two extremes. Mortals lived on planets, while extraordinary people with cultivation talent lived on continents. The two went in opposite directions, but they complemented each other. Once the ancestors of Earth had mentioned the saying that the sky was round and the Earth was round. This saying was probably not without basis. The sky was round, and the Earth was probably the land of the planet's companion continent. At this moment, the understanding in Zhuowen's eyes intensified. If Zhuowen was a native of the heavenly armor continent, he might find it hard to accept. However, Zhuowen was not. He came from Earth in his previous life, and after some things happened when he comprehended the Tao, Zhuowen quickly accepted and agreed with Shiji's words. Zhuowen's expression naturally fell into Shiji's eyes. When he saw Zhuowen quickly calm down, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yes, you're right. The ancient battlefield was indeed on the heavenly armor planet. The god from the starry sky's real target was the heavenly armor planet. The heavenly insect and the Luo Yenjing were released by the god to restrain the many ancient martial art practitioners on the heavenly armor continent, Shiji said in a low voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and continued, was the white-haired man swallowed by Tao Tai the god, who invaded the heavenly armor continent and the heavenly armor planet. Shiji's eyes widened in shock. He could not help but blurt out, "You can actually see the white-haired man through the white light?" However, Shiji quickly calmed down. He sighed softly and said, "You're right. The white-haired man is the god from the starry sky. He calls himself God Gonga. Then why did he attack the heavenly armor continent and the heavenly armor planet? With God Gonga's strength and cultivation, he shouldn't have set his eyes on the heavenly armor continent, right?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. Shiji looked embarrassed. He said, "Actually, I'm not too sure about this either. However, God Gonga's target is the heavenly armor planet. There must be something on the heavenly armor planet that's worth his attention, right?" As soon as Shiji finished speaking, a message suddenly rang out in Shiji and Zhuowen's minds. Gonga's target is to refine the heavenly armor planet and use it to help his son break through to God. The two of you have to be careful when you enter the heavenly armor planet. Gonga's son is hidden on the heavenly armor planet and the heavenly armor continent. The Lord of the Divine Tomb. Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, his eyes filled with respect. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was an expert who had truly faced Gonga 10,000 years ago. He must know more than them. Shiji scratched his head and said to the Lord of the Divine Tomb, "You tell me, although I know a lot, I don't know as much as you do. Plus, I can't say for sure." Zhuowen also looked at the mausoleum in front of him expectantly. After all, Shiji had been swallowed by the smoke whale very early on and did not participate in the final battle. He could only glean some of the truth from a few words. He definitely could not compare to the Lord of the Divine Tomb. The Lord of the Divine Tomb fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a black sphere flew out of the mausoleum. If you really want to know, send your consciousness into this black sphere. Everything you want to know is inside. The Lord of the Divine Tomb said in a deep voice. Zhuowen took the black sphere and cupped his fists towards the mausoleum. Soon after, he chose a quiet corner and began to slowly send his consciousness into the black sphere. Zhuowen saw a vast starry sky. Under the starry sky, there was a huge planet. Most of the planet was covered in green forests, and a small part of it was blue oceans. The planet was full of vitality. There were many mortals on it, as well as a variety of exotic beasts and trees. It was a prosperous scene. Is this the heavenly armor planet? Zhuowen suddenly understood. Soon, he noticed that not far from the heavenly armor planet, there was a continent that was about 1/10 the size of the heavenly armor planet. The scenery on this continent was extremely rich. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that the continent was filled with immortal qi. From time to time, countless rainbows would sweep out from it. They should be the cultivators living on the continent. Moreover, the surface of the continent flickered with an extremely powerful light of restriction. With Zhuowen's experience of the devouring curse restriction, he could see that the restriction on the surface of the continent was used for concealment. It was because of these restrictions that the mortals on the heavenly armor planet could not see this extremely conspicuous behemoth. Zhuowen also discovered that this continent was connected to the heavenly armor planet by an extremely thin white line. Looking carefully, Zhuowen discovered that the long white line was actually an extremely rich immortal qi. This immortal qi came from the deepest part of the heavenly armor planet. Strangely, this immortal qi was derived from the bottom of the heavenly armor planet. It did not spread to the surface of the heavenly armor planet. Instead, it surged towards the heavenly armor continent, as if it was following some unknown law. A crack opened in the starry sky far away from the heavenly armor planet. A middle-aged man with fluttering white hair scurried out of the crack in a rather sorry state. The moment this person scurried out, he immediately sealed the crack. Then, with a gloomy expression, he said, "Damn it, Heavenly Circuit Sect, you're really ruthless. I'm clearly your official disciple, but just because I looked at the sect master's daughter and said something wrong, you actually banished me to the outer realm." Chapter 1817. Heavenly Armor Planet. Aren't all the planets in the extraterritorial galaxy abandoned? How can there be a planet that is so full of life? The white-haired man stared at Heavenly Armor Planet. His eyes were filled with curiosity. There's definitely something strange about this planet. I've never heard of or seen a planet that can survive in the extraterritorial galaxy. As he spoke, the white-haired man swept toward Heavenly Armor Continent like a ghost. The white-haired man did not enter Heavenly Armor Continent openly at first. Instead, he hid his aura and blended into Heavenly Armor Continent. After investigating for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there were no heavenly gods on the planet. The strongest was only a demigod. This planet is really backward. There are no heavenly gods. In other words, this planet is ownerless. The white-haired man was extremely excited. He continued, "Since it's ownerless, I'll take out the star core of this planet. Unfortunately, I've already refined my home planet as my main planet. I can't refine other planets. I can only give this planet to my son to refine. This planet is full of life even in the harsh environment of the extraterritorial galaxy. It's definitely not simple. After refining it, I'll study it slowly. However, although there are no heavenly gods on this continent, there are too many saints. If I fight alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. I have to restrain these saints first." Next, the white-haired man secretly released Heavenly Insect and caused a great catastrophe on Heavenly Armor Continent. Heavenly Insect was indeed difficult to deal with. Not only was its strength terrifying, but its reproduction ability was also strong. It had many clones and could not be killed. Heavenly Insect also attracted John by one of the 3 demigods on Heavenly Armor Continent. He completely stopped Heavenly Insect's attack. Then, the white-haired man released Luo Yenjing. For a moment, the entire Heavenly Armor Continent was caught off guard. The white-haired man took advantage of the time when Heavenly Insect and Luo Yenjing were causing trouble on Heavenly Armor Continent to sneak into Heavenly Armor Planet. He wanted to forcibly extract the star core inside Heavenly Armor Planet. In the image of the black ball, Zhuowen saw the white-haired man use a powerful force to form a giant hand that could almost pass through the entire Heavenly Armor Planet. Then, the hand suddenly reached deep into the ground of Heavenly Armor Planet. However, not long after the white-haired man reached deep into Heavenly Armor Planet, his face suddenly changed. A strange force spread from the depths of Heavenly Armor Planet. Then, the white-haired man was shocked, and he spat a mouthful of blood. His giant hand. What force is this? What is inside Heavenly Armor Planet? Heavenly armor of Heavenly Armor Planet. Have heavenly armor of as Heavenly Armor Planet. The Hevoth armor of heavenly armor planet was of heavenly armor god of heaven, of Hevoth earth planet with heavenly earth planet with of God. At the end of the image, Sangya and the two demigods joined forces with countless sages of the heavenly armor continent and all the divine chi of heavenly armor planet to fight the white-haired man. Zhuowen looked at the fallen sages. Many of them were celestial immortals and genuine immortals. In order to protect heavenly armor planet, they all chose to self-detonate to help Sangya, Chao Yu, and Zhan Bai defeat the white-haired man. Even Chao Yu and Zhan Bai, the two demigods, detonated their own primordial spirits, which finally worsened the white-haired man's injuries. In the end, he was torn apart by Sangya with his lifetime's strength. Sangya set up 6 perilous places on heavenly armor continent to store Sangya's 6 body parts. At this point, the image stopped abruptly. After the white-haired man was sealed, no one knew where Sangya went. However, Zhuowen could see that Sangya in the image was at the end of his rope. When Zhuowen regained his senses from the projection, his heart was beating rapidly. He still could not forget the images of the saints who had self-destructed. They were all brave hearts who were willing to give up their lives to protect their hometowns. Because of that war, countless mortals on heavenly armor planet were killed or injured. Most of the creatures were annihilated. The entire heavenly armor planet was completely abandoned. The divine chi provided by heavenly armor planet also degenerated into pneuma. Many sages died. That war was too tragic. In order to seal Ganj, Lord Sangya even destroyed the passage between heavenly armor planet and heavenly armor continent. This is why warriors on heavenly armor continent can't go to heavenly armor planet, and why many warriors don't even know about heavenly armor planet. The voice of the master of the tomb of God faintly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. His tone was full of sighs. So your purpose of opening up the antiquity battlefield is to find Sangya? Zhuowen asked, his eyes flashing. The master of the tomb of God said in a deep voice, "Yes, God Ganj is too horrible. Although he was torn apart by 5 horses, he didn't die at all. Moreover, we can't kill Ganj with our ability. Only gods of heaven can kill gods of heaven. Lord Sangya was the existence closest to gods of heaven in those days. If we can find him and let him refine heavenly armor planet to become a god of heaven, then we can completely eliminate God Ganj, who is a threat in the future." Suddenly, Zhuowen remembered the image in the black ball. He remembered that there were only 3 demigods on heavenly armor continent. They were Sangya, Chao Yu, and Zhan Bai. Chao Yu and Zhan Bai self-detonated and died in that war. Sangya's whereabouts were unknown in the antiquity battlefield. Then who was the master of the tomb of God? Zhuowen heard from Do Hua, the master of the temple of chaos, that the master of the tomb of God was also a demigod who had survived 10,000 years ago. However, there were only 3 demigods at that time. It was impossible for there to be a 4th demigod. Zhuowen didn't voice his suspicions. Instead, he remained silent. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was too powerful. He wasn't an existence that Zhuowen could contend against. Even if he found something suspicious, he couldn't voice it out. Otherwise, who knew what the Lord of the Divine Tomb would do? Zhuowen couldn't see through the master of the Tomb of God in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't completely believe the words of the master of the Tomb of God. Therefore, Zhuowen kept a certain amount of vigilance against the master of the Tomb of God. Zhuowen, you may be confused now. 2 of the 3 demigods back then have been sacrificed, and Lord Sangya's whereabouts are unknown. My identity has become the biggest doubt, right? The voice of the master of the Tomb of God sounded in Zhuowen's mind again. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the extreme. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at the tomb in front of him with vigilance. "Little guy, you don't have to be so nervous. To tell you the truth, I was already at the peak of the true, immortal 10,000 years ago. Although I was buried in the Nether Corpse impasse because of my serious injuries, I once witnessed the war between the gods and had a great understanding of the divine transformation realm. Later on, I became a demigod in the Nether Corpse impasse and controlled the entire place." Zhuowen nodded. His eyes showed that he understood. He was more interested in the identity of the master of the Tomb of God. However, he knew that the master of the Tomb of God didn't intend to reveal his identity, so he didn't ask. Deng. At this moment, the plateau where the Tomb of God was located also landed on the continent shrouded in white light. Then, several long rainbows landed on the continent. Furthermore, after landing on the continent, Zhuowen discovered that the mark that had fallen into his palm from the ancient boulder suddenly lit up. After that, he felt his entire body become incomparably cool. Clearly, this mark was the pass to enter this continent. Without this mark, he was afraid that he would immediately be attacked by the white light. "Everyone is here. Let's set sail." Dohua looked around. After confirming that there were no loopholes, he pointed at the void with his right hand. Suddenly, this strange continent leaped into the starry sky. Its speed was so fast that many warriors were stunned. Zhuowen looked at the heavenly armor continent below him that was getting farther and farther away, and the starry sky that was getting closer and closer. His eyes suddenly showed a trace of yearning. If he could also travel through this vast starry sky, what kind of experience would it be? At this moment, countless people in the central region and the 4 continents noticed the continent that was leaping into the starry sky. Most people's eyes were filled with yearning and envy. After the continent left the heavenly armor continent, Zhuowen found that the white light around the continent suddenly condensed into a white circular cover above the continent. In the starry sky, warriors below the divine transformation realm can't survive for long. Even demigods can't survive for long. Without this star god power, all the warriors on this continent would die, Shiji said with a sigh. Zhuowen nodded. No wonder Dohua and the others wanted to reassemble the halberd. Their purpose was to extract the star god power from it and use it to travel through the starry sky. After leaping into the starry sky, the continent suddenly circled behind the heavenly armor continent. Its speed was extremely fast. Below the heavenly armor continent, a planet floated quietly. The moment he saw this planet, Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else had similar expressions. This planet was pitch black and lifeless. It was like a metal ball. What was more terrifying was that there were countless cracks on the surface of this planet. It was as if this planet could shatter at any time. Zhuowen thought of the heavenly armor planet that he saw from the black sphere. Then he looked at the heavenly armor planet now. Even though he didn't see the countless scenes of the battle, he could imagine how tragic the battle was. This planet is called the Heavenly Armor Planet, which is the ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield has been completely sealed by Cangjia. We can't get close to it at all. We can only teleport in through the star god power on this continent. However, the teleportation is random. Everyone, take care. Dohua glanced at the people around him coldly. Then, a white light swept over from above and instantly enveloped Dohua. Then, Dohua disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, more and more white lights swept over from above. Any warrior who was enveloped by the white light mysteriously disappeared into thin air. The moment one of the white lights enveloped Zhuowen, Zhuowen felt an unimaginable feeling surge over him. It was as if the stars had changed and the whole world had been turned upside down. After Zhuowen disappeared, Shi looked at the tomb in front of him. He sighed and said, "Why did you hide your identity? If you had told Zhuowen earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have been so troublesome." Chapter 1818. Take me there, Shi nodded, and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "Dou Hua is so active in opening up the primordial battlefield because he wants to explore the thing inside the heavenly armor planet, right?" The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "That is indeed the case. Dou Hua is very smart. He has kept the 4 lords of the battlefield and the ancestor of the Holy Rune clan by his side. His purpose is to guard against us. Sometimes the unknown is the greatest temptation. In the depths of the heavenly armor planet, there is a power that can make heavenly gods fear and even injure them. Dou Hua will not let go of the opportunity to explore that place. The 4 lords of the battlefield and the patriarch of the Saint Rune clan will also be tempted." Shi frowned slightly and said, "They're only working together on the surface. Who knows if they're secretly scheming against each other? Whether they are scheming against each other or not, we are their biggest opponents. Once we meet, they will immediately join forces to deal with us." The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said indifferently. Shi was silent for a moment before he said, "What about Zhuowen? Should we tell him the purpose of entering the heavenly armor planet?" "No need. Zhuowen is too weak. It is dangerous to enter that place. The 99 primal chaos war gods are just a cover for the primal chaos temple to the outside world. Dou Hua gave everyone a reason to open up the primordial battlefield. If I am not wrong, those juniors who are titled as primal chaos war gods will not be allowed to enter that place. They will be randomly teleported to various parts of the heavenly armor planet." The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's indifferent voice sounded. Shi nodded. The 2 of them already knew about Dou Hua's purpose. They did not stop Dou Hua because their purpose was the same as his. Dou Hua wanted to explore the unknown power in the depths of the heavenly armor planet, while the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shi wanted to find Songjia in the depths of the earth. Back then, Songjia had mysteriously disappeared in the heavenly armor planet after sealing divine god Gigi. His whereabouts were unknown. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shi both suspected that Songjia might still be alive and might be in the depths of the heavenly armor planet. So they had to enter the former primordial battlefield. At this moment, countless white lights flickered on the teleportation continent. Apart from the area where the Lord of the Divine Tomb was, everyone else, including Zhuowen, had completely disappeared in the white light. "It's our turn now. This is the jade slip left behind by Lord Songjia in the Chaos Temple. The jade slip contains the exact location of that place. This is the reward that Dou Hua gave us for helping to open up the ancient battlefield. I've already made a copy in advance. Take this one. See you here then." Shi waved his right hand, and the jade slip flew towards the mausoleum. Instantly, a pitch-black hand reached out from the mausoleum and caught the jade slip and put it into the mausoleum. Whoosh! As the white light swept over, Shi's entire body disappeared within the white light. "Dongfang, Nangong, Beichen, Shimen, we should also go." The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment. The huge mausoleum suddenly shook, and then countless cracks appeared around the mausoleum. Blue lines of light emerged from these cracks. The moment the blue lines of light appeared, the entire mausoleum disintegrated into countless pieces of gravel. Then, these pieces of gravel began to gather together, and finally formed an armored golem that was hundreds of feet tall. In front of the armored golem's forehead was a coffin. The coffin looked ordinary and was made of solid wood. However, the aura that emanated from the coffin had a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth and swallow the sun and the moon. After the armored golem was formed, the tombs of the true immortals surged. For bronze coffins flew out and entered the bodies of the tomb guards in front of the tombs. Whoosh! 5 white lights flashed and enveloped the 5 of them. Then, the 5 of them completely disappeared from the teleportation continent. At the same time, in the sacrificial tower of the prophet's family in the Central Plains, a petite, lowly-like figure slowly walked out of the sacrificial tower. She raised her head and looked at the sky of the heavenly armor continent with a clear look in her eyes. The passageway to the heavenly armor planet was destroyed by Tsangje 10,000 years ago, and the entire place has been sealed. Even though the heavenly armor continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, it's still difficult to find the exact location of the heavenly armor planet. A cold voice slowly came from behind Yen Tianwei. Then, a slender figure wearing a ghost mask walked out of the sacrificial tower and stopped beside Yen Tianwei. Yen Tianwei nodded and smiled. It's different now. Since Do Hua and the others have completely opened up the primordial battlefield in the heavenly armor planet, I can also deduce the exact location of the heavenly armor planet. But how do you plan to get there? Yen Tianwei looked at the man with the ghost mask very seriously. She knew very well that in order to get to the heavenly armor planet from the heavenly armor continent, they had to cross a certain distance of the starry sky. Neither Yen Tianwei nor the man with the ghost mask had the ability to cross the starry sky. Getting to the heavenly armor planet was the biggest problem at the moment. The man with the ghost mask chuckled. This is not a big problem. The Divine Master Do Hua is determined to get to the unknown thing in the depths of the heavenly armor planet. So he needs both of us. That's why he left a small fragment of the teleportation continent for us. As he spoke, the man with the ghost mask flicked his finger. A fragment of rock that was about a few miles long and surrounded by white light appeared in front of them. Yen Tianwei looked at the rock fragment with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect the man with the devil face mask to have such a huge network. Even the Divine Master Do Hua had left behind a fragment for him to teleport to the mainland. Let's go too. This time, I will try my best to help you gather all the holy symbols. The prediction holy symbol, a part of the wind thunder holy symbol, and most of the ice fire holy symbol have fused together to produce the primordial origin. It's already slowly transforming your body, right? The man with the ghost mask said calmly. Speaking of this, excitement appeared in Yen Tianwei's eyes for the first time. She nodded and said, "You're right. The primordial origin is indeed extraordinary. It's actually beginning to transform my body. With the help of the primordial origin, I have the power of a heavenly saint. However, this is not enough." The man with the ghost mask chuckled and said, "Of course not. If you gather all 9 holy symbols, I can help you reach a higher realm. However, I need your ability to predict the future to help me enter the interior of the heavenly armor planet. Don't worry. When you gather all the other holy symbols, I will give you my revolving stab, holy symbol, and do my best to help you." Yen Tianwei was silent for a moment. She nodded and said, "Okay, happy cooperation." As she spoke, Yen Tianwei jumped onto the fragment of the teleportation continent. The man with the ghost mask did not hesitate and stepped onto the fragment of the teleportation continent as well. Following that, the fragment silently broke through the air and left the heavenly armor continent. In an instant, when Zhuowen woke up from the state of the stars moving, he found that he had stepped into a barren land. There were dilapidated walls everywhere. There was a decaying desert, a dilapidated wilderness, and a sky filled with black fog. The The scene was like the end of the world. It made one feel gloomy. At the same time, a black light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into the appearance of Xiao He. Xiao He looked around at the dilapidated battlefield and sighed softly. This is the primordial battlefield. I really miss it. Back then, if Master hadn't destroyed the passage to the Heavenly Armor Continent and allowed me to leave this place in advance, I'm afraid I would have died completely. Not even a trace of my soul would have survived. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He said to Xiao He in a deep voice, "Why did the Divine Master, Do Hua, deliberately want to open up the primordial battlefield?" Zhuowen stared at Xiao He. He knew very well that Xiao He had hidden many things from him. It was not just Xiao He. Even the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji had hidden many things from him. Although this kind of concealment was not out of malice, but because he was too weak and wanted to protect him, Zhuowen did not like the feeling of being kept in the dark. Xiao He frowned slightly and sighed softly. The old monsters of the Central Plains did come to the primordial battlefield with ulterior motives. However, this is not something you can participate in. This is what the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji wanted. After all, in that place, even existences like the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji might not be able to protect themselves. If you go there, you'll just be throwing your life away. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He recalled the scene of the white-haired man being injured by a strange force from the depths of the Heavenly Armor Planet. He could not help but ask in a deep voice, "It has something to do with that force from the depths of the Heavenly Armor Planet, right?" Xiao He's eyes were filled with surprise. He took a deep look at Zhuowen before nodding in the end. However, he did not answer. "Take me there," Zhuowen said with a determined gaze. Xiao He shook his head. "That place is too dangerous. I don't want you to take the risk. Moreover, I've heard of that place from the Master before. It's an ominous place. Even true immortals might not be able to come out of there alive." The Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji went there mainly to find the Master. Even they are not completely confident in being able to protect themselves, let alone you. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out in Zhuowen and Xiao He's ears. "Let him go. I'll protect him." Afterwards, a middle-aged man in black robes with a hazy face slowly appeared before Zhuowen and Xiao He. Zhuowen stared at the black-robed man as his eyes narrowed. He could not help but murmur softly, "The First Mountain God." Xiao He stared coldly at the First Mountain God and said, "Just who are you? I've been suspicious of you since the beginning because I've never heard of someone like you in the ancient times."